day to shine. Give of your best, have fun, show good sportsmanship to your peers, and let's all have a good time. Let the sun shine in and let the games begin. NAPSAC is back. Thank you.
Yes, NAPSAC is back. Thank you. Yes, NAPSAC is back, and we are now going to have the athletes oath done by Taz Jackson from Half Moon Fort Primary.
Good morning. In the name of all the judges and officials, I promise that we shall officiate in the 2023 Chauffeur Farsi National Primary School Athletic Championship respect with completely impartially respecting and abiding by the rules which govern them in the true spirit of sportsmanship for the glory of sports and the honor of all teams. Thank you.
The officials' oath will be done by Tahira Morris, teacher from St. Joseph Primary.
In the name of all the judges and officials, I promise that we shall officiate in the 2023 Shafet Frosty's National Primary Schools Athletic Championship with complete impartiality, respecting and abiding by the rules which govern them in the true spirit of sportsmanship, for the glory of sport and the honor of all teams.
This zone, the Ryan Brathwaite zone, as I said earlier, Ryan Brathwaite, a Barbarian athlete in the World Championships in 2009 in Berlin, set a record of 13.14 seconds. That same year, in September 2009, he was honored and became Ambassador His Excellency Ryan Brathwaite. Let's have a round of applause first. His Excellency Ryan Brathwaite is not with us today, and he had sent a message which is not loading in the system. We are having some technical difficulties with it. So we will have to leave that as the show must go on. But we all know the contribution he has made, and that is the reason why his name is attached to this zone. And so I will now ask Michelle Maynard, the sponsor from Armstrong Agencies and Sunshine Cereals, to declare the games open.
I declare the Ryan Brathwaite zone open.
Thank you. Just to give you the names of the other schools in this zone, we have St. Mark's Primary, Wilkie Kamabats Primary School. Those are the ones missing from the parade. Ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the end of this opening ceremony. So NAPSAC is back. Let the Ryan Brathwaite Zone Games begin. Thank
Good
you.
morning, everyone. I'm Ryan Brathwaite, 2009 World Champion Gold Medalist. Today, we gather here to celebrate the start of Fulfill Day of Games and competition. I'm so thrilled to see all of you all, young and energetic individuals who have come from far and wide to take part in the amazing event. I know that some of you may be feeling nervous or a little unsure about participating in the games. But I have just one thing to say to you all. Believe in yourself. Each and every one of you has unique talents, skills, and abilities. And today is a perfect opportunity for you to showcase them. Remember, the purpose of these games is to have fun, make new friends, and learn new things. It's not about winning or losing. It's about participating and doing your best. So take a deep breath, relax, and let's start the game. With this said, I hereby declare the games open. Let the fun begin.
A very pleasant good morning to our viewers. We welcome you to the Sunshine Cereals Ryan Brathwaite Zone. This is day number 7. One more zone remaining. And we welcome you to the Usain Bolt Sports Complex, where the opening ceremony just completed and things are ready to go here. The Chafette Frosties National Primary Schools Athletic Championships. This is the Sunshine Cereals Ryan Brathwaite Zone. Let's take a look at the schools participating today. Lawrence T. Gay Memorial, St. Mark's Primary, A. DaCosta Edwards, Gordon Greenwich, Wilkie Cumberbatch, Ellerton Primary, St. Angelo's, St. Catherine's, Half Moon Fort, and Blackman and Gollop. We've had 6 rather keenly contested days of competition at the Chafette Frosties, the 2023 edition of NAPSAC. Yesterday, we saw Bailey's Primary adding to the list of double champions, taking the girls and boys title. Before that, we had Charles F. Broome taking the girls and boys title, as well as Good Shepherd Primary doing the double as well. So as we say, those schools, Lawrence T. Gay, St. Mark's, A. DaCosta Edwards, Gordon Greenwich, Wilkie Cumberbatch, Ellerton Primary, St. Angelo's, St. Catherine's, Half Moon Fort, and Blackman and Gollop, they'll be vying for top honors in the Sunshine Cereals Ryan Brathwaite Zone. This is a new zone, therefore, no records to talk about, but for sure, the winner, every winner today will become the Ryan Brathwaite Zone record holder. First event we will see on the track will be the 600 meters for girls. This is an open event, 2 sections. Remember, these are all time finals, so we will not know the overall winner until both events have been completed. Both sections have been completed. So Ellerton Primary, the Ellerton Enforcers. And we can see here on the line our first set of athletes going. These athletes will be creating history as the first runners in the Ryan Brathwaite Zone. First time we are having the Ryan Brathwaite Zone, and of course, I believe all of Barbados is familiar with that name, Ryan Brathwaite, becoming the first world champion in track and field. In 2009 in Berlin, Germany, winning the 110-meter hurdles, 13.14 seconds, national record. Ryan Brathwaite, outstanding career as a junior, representing Barbados at the Carifta Games, a gold medalist in 2006, 2007. In 2005, he was the silver medalist, and he stepped up in 6 and 7. He won a silver medal at the World Youth in Morocco in the 110 hurdles. He was the gold medalist at the CAC Juniors under 17 in 2004. And of course, he went on to represent Barbados at the Olympic Games on 2 occasions. 2008 in Beijing, China, and 2012 in London, where he finished 5th. So Ryan Brathwaite, deserving of having this zone, A zone at NAPSAC named. Ryan Brathwaite has received the Barbados Silver Crown of Merit, and of course, like all other Olympians, has the opportunity to have that post-nominal OLY behind their name. So let's look at the competitors for first section. Open girls 600 meters. From St. Catherine's Primary, Janelia Stewart. She's competitor 4563 there in the white top. Going across the A, DaCosta Edwards, Laria Foster, Jayla Crookendale of Blackman and Gollop. Next to her from Lawrence Stigay, Asheria Gaskin in the orange and brown. Number 4408, Anaya Catlin of Gordon Greenwich. 4337, Faith Cadogan of Ellerton Primary. Next to her, 4234, Tayaja Carter of Costa Edwards. Chelsea Yard will be representing Wilkie Cumberbatch. From Gordon Greenwich, Kayla Hines. From Ellerton Primary, Ashana Hines, 4347. Representing Wilkie Cumberbatch, Ristiana Moore. And they're off and running. St. Mark's Primary, Aaliyah Nelson, she completes the field. So, after a really fast start here, that looks like Faith Cadogan of Ellerton Primary going into the lead. And right behind her, 4666, is Ristiana Moore of Wilkie Cumberbatch, who now takes the lead. So we're going to get used to these uniforms. That's up front, Wilkie Cumberbatch. So she just ran 200 meters and looking to give up there, or will she? Maybe that's her strategy. Don't know what happened there with that young lady. Ristiana Moore now taking the lead. Gordon Greenwich will get that athlete for you. So Sunshine Cereals, Ryan Brathwaite zone off to a cracker. As we said, the overall winner of all these events today will become the record holders. So heading down the back stretch with 200 meters remaining now. We try to pick up our leader from Gordon Greenwich, 4408. That's Anaya Catlin. Anaya Catlin, the leader from Gordon Greenwich, with just about 150 meters remaining. Ellerton Enforcers coming. So into the straightaway they come now, and still leading Anaya Catlin of Gordon Greenwich. Trying to make a run for it here now, 4337. That's Laria Foster of DaCosta Edwards. Still leading and holding on. Anaya Catlin of Gordon Greenwich. She will take the win. 2:11:22. So Catlin of Gordon Greenwich. That's the time to beat. 2:11:21 rounded for Catlin of Gordon Greenwich Primary. Remember, points are going from first to eighth position. 10, 8, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Here we see a replay of that one. Foster of A. DaCosta Edwards, and we saw going out rather quickly Ristiana Moore from Wilkie Cumberbatch. She finished further down the field. Anaya Catlin of Gordon Greenwich took charge and jogged home, literally jogging home, finishing up in 2:11.21. Here comes section 2. Aifia Armstrong of St. Mark's on the inside. Next to her, Ashashi Cumberbatch of Gordon Greenwich, Ricara Trotman of A. DaCosta Edwards, Nazaria Brathwaite of Wilkie Cumberbatch. From Ellerton Primary, Jazara Ford, representing Blackman and Gollop. Ainaya Grimes. From St. Catherine Primary in the green and white, that's Danielle Jones. From St. Mark's Primary, Aurea Joseph Ford. Representing LT Gay Memorial, Kishani McLean. Position 10, Malaya Trotman of Blackman and Gollop. Position 11, Shireen Wharton Lawrence of LT Gay Memorial. And from St. Catherine's Primary on the outside, Miracle Murray. So they're off and running, our second and final section for the girls in the 600 meters. And these girls will be chasing that time of 2:11.21. Not only will it give the winner 10 points, but it will also give them the record. So every winner today, new record holder. So heading down the front stretch for the first time. Leading the field from LT Gay Memorial, Kishani McLean. Right next to her from A. DaCosta Edwards, Ricara Trotman. So it's McLean in first, Trotman in second. Trotman now taking over. So Ricara Trotman of A. DaCosta Edwards in the lead. Heading down the back stretch. She's looking good so far. Have some time to relax. St. Catherine's Primary, Danielle Jones in second. 200 meters remaining. Let's see if Ricara Trotman of A. DaCosta Edwards can hold on to that lead. Coming up in second, Danielle Jones of St. Catherine's Primary. See the one of the athletes from Wilkie Cumberbatch moving up there. That's Nazaria Brathwaite. She's now in third. Coming into the straightaway, our leader, Ricara Trotman of A. DaCosta Edwards. A very steady pace she had for the entire race. Strong finish here from Nazaria Brathwaite. Well, trying to get that second spot. And Ricara Trotman, she's going to hold on for the win. Second will go to Danielle Jones of St. Catherine's Primary, and Nazaria Brathwaite will get the third place. So 2:07.92, the unofficial time for the winner. Just a replay of that second section. Cumberbatch of Gordon Greenwich Primary. So here we saw 4.256. Ricara Trotman of Ada Costa Edwards holding on to that lead and finishing up as the winner, 207.92. So Trotman will take the win as well as the record, 207.92. Of course, yesterday we had an outstanding young man in the high jump. Seeing the girls here contesting the high jump. This is an open event. The boys will have 3 sections in the 800 meters. 9 in the first, 9 in the second, and 8 in the third. Actually, there are 8 in each section. So this is the first section here for the boys. From LT Gay in position 2, Raj Phillips. From Wilkie Cumberbatch, Ratavion Marquez. From Gordon Greenwich, Kevon Bishop. From St. Mark's Primary, Tyrell Tate. Danico Harris representing Blackman and Gollop. From St. Catherine's Primary, Menelik Murray. From Ellerton Primary, Tyrese Anthony. The Ellerton Enforcers there. And on the outside, Andre Spencer of Ada Costa Edwards Primary. So this is the first of 3 time finals for the boys. Going 800 meters. Again, we'll have to await the result of all 3 to determine the overall winner as well as the new record holder. So there we see them. Phillips of LTG 4520. Next to him from Wilkie Cumberbatch in that blue, black, and orange 4689. Ratavion Marquez. On the outside, Andre Spencer of Ada Costa Edwards, now raising his hand there in the yellow top and blue shorts. So they're ready to roll. 2 laps around the track for these youngsters. They're off. Of course, the aim is to get into lane 1 and stay there. Raj Phillips of LTG setting an early pace. St. Mark's Primary, Tyrell Tate challenging. And Kevon Bishop of Gordon Greenwich, he's in 3rd position. So as they head down the back stretch for the first time, still leading, Raj Phillips of LTG. 44 seconds gone at the 150 mark. Actually, he'll have 550 meters to go. Looking back, see where the opposition is. So into the straightaway he comes for the first time. Still looking around. Now looking at the crowd. Maybe he's trying to get some support. Some moral support is needed here. 1 lap to go, 118, 119, just about 1 minute and 20 seconds. Now moving up there into 2nd position. That looks like Danico Harris. So Raj Phillips of LTG still holding on to the lead. He moved out quite early in this race. Now he's going to be challenged. See if he will have an answer. Being out there alone for so long. We have a new leader now. Danico Harris of Blackman and Gollop. He's the new leader. 2:08 on the clock. Just There he goes. Harris of Blackman and Gallup taking charge of this race. And remember, it's about time, so these guys will be looking to run a good time. A fast time is required. Again, glancing around. And he has opened quite a gap on the second place runner from Gordon Greenwich. That's Kevon Bishop, but it's all Harris of Blackman and Gallup working his way to the finish line. Danico Harris, he will win the first section. Blackman and Gallup, 2:55.49. And here the cheering section from Blackman and Gallup. Finishing second, Kevon Bishop of Gordon Greenwich. Third going to Marquez of Wilkie Cumberbatch. So the other runners will come in now. We had 8 starting. Here is Phillips, who ran out of steam somewhere along. Still has a little left though to finish. The 800 meters, a strategic race. So over time, these youngsters, as they move on to secondary school, etc., will learn about pacing and the strategy to be employed in the 800. So 2:55.49, that's the time posted by Harris of Blackman and Gallup. We'll see how things will shape up in the second section coming up. So this youngster here from St. Catherine's Primary, a race can't start until he's finished. And he has found some energy. And at NAPSAC, you always find the spectators cheer the athletes on. If they're way behind, if they're walking, they cheer them on. So he's being cheered on by some of the officials, and he will finish. Murray of St. Catherine's Primary. There he goes. So action continues. Field events going on. The high jump for girls. These were the lads at the start of that first section. A replay for you. We saw Phillips trying to set an early pace. Didn't go in his favor, however. And we saw Harris of Blackman and Gallup making a move as they head down the back stretch. He made the move at about 250 meters, and he kept moving, opening a gap on the second place finisher and finishing up in a time of 2 minutes 55.49. So that would be the time to beat. These guys are ready for Section 2 from St. Mark's Primary, Roamar Duglin on the inside. Next to him from LT Memorial, Lacobe Roberts. From A. DaCosta Edwards, Lemar Murray. Representing Gordon Greenwich, Shad Gibson Brown. From St. Catherine's Primary, Kajari Davis, they're 4.573. From Ellerton Primary, Danny Adamson. Representing LT Memorial, Javante Jordan. From Wilkie Cumberbatch, you can see the Wilkie Cumberbatch Primary printed on the back of his kit, Imani Innis. So these guys will be looking to go better than 2:55.49, the time posted by Harris from Blackman and Gallup in the first section. So here we go. Eight athletes going in this one as well. Douglin, Roberts, Murray, Gibson, Brown, Davis, Adamson, Jordan, and Innes. So they're off. Let's see who will do the early running. Looks like Roberts of LTG. And now Davis of St. Catherine's Primary in the green and white. He takes over. And a new leader emerging as they head down the backstretch. Danny Adamson of the Ellerton Enforcers looks like he's the one in charge. Moving up there from Wilkie Cumberbatch, Imani Innes. Now taking over. So Innes taking the lead. Adamson of Ellerton Primary, he's in second position. Let's see what Innes' split will be like for the first 400 meters. 1:16, so that's faster. Faster than Harris's in the first section. Remember, he's chasing 2:55.49. So around that top turn, things have slowed down a bit. Still holding on, Imani Innes, but slowing down considerably. Danny Adamson of Ellerton Primary still giving chase. Approaching the 200-meter mark, 2:05 on the clock. The time to beat, 2:55.49. So Imani Innes going, being tracked by Adamson of Ellerton Primary. I believe it's time for someone to kick. That's the requirement at the finish of these long races. 200 to 150 meters out. Put your foot down and kick. So will we see the kick? There we go. That's the kick. Imani Innes of Wilkie Cumberbatch. I think he heard me. But he needs to keep kicking. Innes of Wilkie Cumberbatch, 2:50, 2:51. This might be a slower time. He was on track at 400 meters. So Innes will finish 3:00:09. And second will go to Adamson of Ellerton Primary, so resulting in a slower time than the first section. So Harris of Blackman and Gollop still has the fastest time from the first section, 2 minutes 55.49. So that will be the time that this third section coming up will be trying to go faster than. But congrats to Imani Innes of Wilkie Cumberbatch taking that second section in 3:00:09. Finishing up now, Murray of Ada Costa Edwards Primary. Again, we want to say a very special good morning to all of our viewers. We have viewers from all over. It's a pleasure to have you tuned in. Yesterday we had the privilege to have Obadiah Thompson joining us on the stream. This is just your look back at what transpired in that second section. So you can invite your friends to join us on the live stream. CBC TV 8 is also bringing live coverage of this event. So you can also watch it there as well. This is the Sunshine Snacks, Sunshine Cereals, Ryan Brathwaite Zone. Getting ready for a third and final section. In section 2, Kyrie Breedy of Ada Costa Edwards from St. Mark's Primary, Curdell Clark. There in the green and white, Kaimani Clark of St. Catherine's. From Wilkie Cumberbatch, Amir Morris. Representing Ellerton Primary, Christopher Clark. From Blackman and Gollop, Javin Bartlett. Representing Gordon Greenwich Primary, Rico Gibson. And from Blackman and Gollop, Rakairi Boyne, there on the outside. The time to beat, 2 minutes 55.49. They're off and running. Kaimani Clark of St. Catherine's. He's the one in charge here as they get ready to approach the backstretch for the first time. So it's Clark followed by Morris of Wilkie Cumberbatch. Then we have the two yellow shirts, Breedy of Ada Costa Edwards, and from the Ellerton Enforcers, Christopher Clark. So that's our top four. Looking good. The Enforcer, Christopher Clark, now moving up into second. Won't be allowed by Morris of Wilkie Cumberbatch. And there's no need for them to fight at this stage. Just sit and relax and wait. That's a good strategy to be employed here in the 800 meters. So as they approach the front stretch for the first time, still leading is Kaimani Clark, not anymore. He's been overtaken. Amir Morris of Wilkie Cumberbatch now leading, and now moving up as well is Christopher Clark of Ellerton Primary. So Ellerton's Christopher Clark moving into second, creeping up into third from Gordon Greenwich, from Blackman and Gollop, that's Bartlett. So we see a switch of the leaders again. Clark now takes over from the Ellerton Enforcers. And he's heading down the back stretch looking really confident. Running pretty strong at this stage. Still have a distance to cover. Just under 300 meters. Moving up into second, Bartlett of Blackman and Gollop. In third is Amir Morris of Wilkie Cumberbatch. So the gap is closing now. Gap is closing on the field. Christopher Clark, the Ellerton Enforcer, will not have none of that. There he goes. Coming up to the final 100 meters, just about 110 now to go. Christopher Clark of Ellerton Primary, the Ellerton Enforcers. He's going to put his foot down. Or will he? Coming up here, Bartlett of Blackman and Gollop with a strong finish. Bartlett finishing strong as well as Morris of Wilkie Cumberbatch. Will they be able to catch the Enforcer? Will they get there? And he gets there. He beats the Enforcer on the line. Wow. What a run from Amir Morris, Wilkie Cumberbatch, 2 minutes 54.79. That will give him the win as well as the record. What a finish there from Amir Morris of Wilkie Cumberbatch Primary, 254.78. That's the win. That will do it. So we've been talking about finishing strong all the time. That's the way to finish. No matter what, you run your heart out. That last 20 meters. Well done to Amir Morris of Wilkie Cumberbatch, coming through to take the win, and he will be the record holder in the Ryan Brathwaite zone for the open boys 800 meters, 2 minutes 54.78. A replay where you saw those four guys battling. Christopher Clark, Amir Morris was in there as well. Kaimani Clark of St. Catherine, he was in the mix. Then we saw taking over Christopher Clark of Ellerton Primary. And at this stage with 100 meters to go, would you believe it, Amir Morris was in 4th position. So that would tell you what a magnificent run he had over the last 100 meters. Some high jump action here. The 800s done and dusted. We will see the 50 meters for the under 7s coming up. But some high jump action we'll take in for the girls. This is the girls open high jump. Competitor from Wilkie Cumberbatch doing the scissors, leaving that trail leg a very lazy trail leg. However, she was able to get over the bar, but as the bar gets higher, she will definitely need to do some work on that trail leg. The trail leg must be snapped quickly. So let's see this competitor from Blackman and Gollop, her style. Okay, attempting the scissors. She'll have to do some work on her run-up, her approach. So the high jump, the first phase, the run-up or the approach. Then we have the takeoff and the landing. Again, this young lady trying to do a scissors type jump, but the approach for the scissors is completely different than that of the Fosbury flop. So here we go with the first of 3 sections in the under 7 girls 50 meters. Young lady waving. Lane 3 from Gordon Greenwich, Bella Smith. That's the young lady who was waving. She looks rather excited. Looks eager, ready to go. Next to her in lane 4, Araya Sobers of LT Gay. In lane 5, Tiana Welch of St. Mark's. Lane 6, from Ada Costa Edwards, Azaria Archer. In lane 7, Kami Watkins of Wilkie Cumberbatch. So these little ones, first time at NAPSAC, 5 and 6 year olds. Now learning what is required. Basil Cox letting them know it's okay. You just raise your hand. Once your name is called, you can take it back down. Good. There we go. Young lady there, Araya Sobers of LT Gay. She's ready. She is ready to go. Oh, my. Always nice to see the little ones, these under 7s. So Julia Morris asking the spectators to be quiet so that the athletes can hear the gun. And they're off again. Araya Sobers of LTG, and on the outside is Watkins of Wilkie Cumberbatch. Araya Sobers is going to take that first section, 10.49 seconds. So that will be the time to beat here for these little ones. And of course, Araya Sobers was very eager. So she kept her eyes on the starter instead of looking straight ahead, but nevertheless, she responded quickly to the gun, and she finished up in first position. Watkins of Wilkie Cumberbatch finishing in second. So 10.49 the time to beat as we look towards our second section already on the line. Zaina Howell of Blackman and Gollop, she's in lane 2. In lane 3 from Ellerton Primary, Zoe Lashley. In lane 5, Savannah Griffith of A. DaCosta Edwards. Lane 6, Jolie Chapman of Wilkie Cumberbatch. And 7, Samantha Daniels of L.T. Gay Memorial. So Howell, Lashley, Griffith, Chapman, and Daniels. A lot of patience must be exhibited when working with the under-9s. They're still looking at the starter. So they'll be called back. They'll be called back. Come on. The officials need to get them back, need to be a little sharper. Don't want them running the entire 50 meters. And again, I will say, I wish the starters would be behind the athletes rather than to the side, because the athletes, these little ones, tend to look at the starter. If the starter is behind, it will give them, I think they might be prone to looking straight ahead of them more so. So on the starter's orders again. On the outside there going is Daniels of LTG being chased by Chapman. Chapman of Wilkie Cumberbatch. I believe Chapman will be the winner. Second will go to Daniels of LTG. A slower time, 11.71. So still holding on to the lead is Sobers of LTG. One section remaining for the under 7 girls. A quick start from Samantha Daniels of LTG, but Chapman of Wilkie Cumberbatch ended up being victorious. So our final section here, Haley Leonard of St. Catherine's Primary in lane 2. In 3, Jalea Waith of Ellerton. Lane 4, Kalia Downs of Blackman and Gollop. In lane 5, Jazaria Williams from Half Moon Fort Primary. First time we're seeing Half Moon Fort Primary at it. Here in the red top, 4459, Serenity Bibby of St. Mark's Primary in lane 6, and Isabel Harvey of Gordon Greenwich in lane number 7. So 10.49, that's the time to beat for 10 points and for the chance to say you are the record holder in the Ryan Brathwaite zone. That one will have to start. Well done, officials. That will have to restart. Athlete going before the gun. So they will try it again. Still seeing the athlete from Blackman and Gollop looking at the starter. Not sure how that one went. Leonard of St. Catherine's Primary edging her out. So Haley Leonard of St. Catherine and second to Kalia Downs of Blackman and Gollop. That's the under sevens done and dusted. The girls, the boys will be coming up next. On the inside, St. Catherine's. So 10.49 seconds, the winning time from Sobers of LT Gay. That will give her the win. And 10 points for her and for the school. The under 7 boys are coming up next. So hopefully we'll get to take in some field event action as we did yesterday. And here we see the cricket ball throw. Cricket ball throw in progress. The under 7 boys in the 50-meter dash will be next up on the track. So a young lady with a good run-up, getting that throw in. Athlete from St. Mark's Primary will be up next. Okay, some height on that throw, not bad. So our first section of the under 7 boys are ready. Enoch Parsons of Ada Costa Edwards in lane 2. Cameron Weeks of Blackman and Gollop in 3. In lane 4, Caden Bryan of St. Mark's. Lane 5, Christian Downs of LT Gay Memorial. From Half Moon Fort Primary, Ty Bruce in lane 6. And in lane 7, Michael Murphy of Gordon Greenwich Primary. Christian Downs of LT Gay Memorial in lane 5. This guy looks very focused. He's just looking, was looking straight ahead of him. That's where you need to be focused on, straight ahead and be ready. And just listen for the gun and get going. So they're off. And going into the lead there from Blackman and Gollop, Cameron Weeks. A spill there, but he's up and going. So Cameron Weeks, he will take that one quite easily. We'll await the time. Cameron Weeks of Blackman and Gollop. So we don't have a time here for him, but I'm sure that time will be recorded elsewhere. Second section coming up from LT Gay Memorial in lane 2, Eden Duplessis. In lane 3 from Ellerton Primary, Romani Simmons. Lane 4 from St. Catherine's Primary, Jadair Wickham Hines. In lane 5, Taji Dickinson from Gordon Greenwich. In lane 6, Tashawn Chase of Blackman and Gollop. And in lane 7, Aidan Lane from Wilkie Cumberbatch. So I believe the time recorded for weeks, 10.14 seconds from that first section. Section 2 coming up. Off to a blistering start there, Romani Simmons of Ellerton Primary, the enforcers, but here comes from Blackman and Gollop, Chase, Tashawn Chase. So Blackman and Gollop with two guys going quickly, 10.01, the unofficial time. So it seems just as we have completed the 600, the 800, 50 meters. Blackman and Gollop seems to be factoring in a lot of these events so far. You'll see how things will shape up when we get our first set of scores. Under 7 boys, third and final section in the 50 meters. In lane 2, Noah Hunt of St. Catherine's Primary. In lane 3, Tanaj Aline of Half Moon Fort. In lane 4, Trey Prescott of Wilkie Cumberbatch. In lane 5, from Ada Costa Edwards, Kyron Hinkson. In lane 6, Jamarco Douglas of Ellerton Enforcers. And in lane 7, Asher Brathwaite of St. Mark's Primary. They have to go faster than 10.01. The fastest time recorded so far by Chase from Blackman and Gollop in our second section. So one youngster being left behind from Half Moon Fort Primary. Not sure if he was paying that much attention, but in the meantime, Douglas of the Ellerton Enforcers running away 9.69. So an impressive time from him. Maybe we'll get to see that one again. 9:69, the unofficial time. If that holds, that will be the fastest time. That will earn him the record and of course the victory. Jamarco Douglas of the Ellerton Enforcers. The under 9 girls are coming up next. They'll be going 80 meters. Some high jump action there for you. The girls open high jump. So 9:69 is the time recorded from that final section, and rest assured that will be the winning performance as well as the record. Section of the crowd here. We have LT Game Memorial. We also have Blackman and Gollop. So our first section, in lane 2, from Half Moon Fort, Eden Graves. In lane 3, Kiara Cyrus of Gordon Greenwich. Lane 4, Araya Clark of Blackman and Gollop. In lane 5, Trinity Amy of Lawrence T. Gay Memorial. Lane 6, Kiara Lashley of Ellerton Primary. And in lane 7, Rain Skeet Thomas of St. Catherine's Primary. The first of 3 time finals for the under 9 girls, going 80 meters. So here we go. First section on the starters' orders. And a good start. Good, nice even start here. Blackman and Gallups, Araya Clark. Clark is eating up the track right now. It's all Clark. Really quick going here. Looking good. Very impressive run. Clark will take it from Blackman and Gallup. 13.07. That will be the time to beat. Araya Clark. So Blackman and Gallup looking good. A good start for them. So we can see them there in their orange tops in the stand making some noise, cheering on the athletes. Orange and green. Let's watch a replay. And from the get-go, that girl meant business. She was out like a bullet. Head a little too far back, but we'll work on that. In the meantime, her arms and legs working all the way through. 13.07 for Araya Clark of Blackman and Gallup. Our second section ready to go. In lane 2 from Ada Costa Edwards, Azaria Young. Focusing in on the crowd and now back to the track. Azaria Young of Ada Costa Edwards in lane 2. In 3 is Zaria Buchanan of St. Mark's Primary. In 4, Maya Robinson of Blackman and Gallup. In 5, Kaylee Howard Jones of Wilkie Cumberbatch. In 6, Kalira Davis of St. Catherine's. And in lane 7, Jasmine Farrell of Gordon Greenwich. 13.07, the time to beat. A good start. Everyone pretty even. Let's see if Blackman and Gallup will be able to do a double. I don't think so. Kaylee Howard Jones, she's looking good. So it's Howard Jones, Robinson. Robinson will do it. 13.45, another win for Blackman and Gallup. Howard Jones was really looking good coming up that straightaway. However, Robinson, she wanted Blackman and Gallup in the mix. 13.43, slower than the first section. One more coming up, just a replay of that one. You can see the great start from Howard Jones of Wilkie Cumberbatch. But digging deep there, Maya Robinson of Blackman and Gallup to finish up in first, 13.43. One more section for the under 9 girls going 80 meters. Zuri Stout of Wilkie Cumberbatch in 2, Carissa Graham, Half Moon Fort in 3, in 4 from St. Mark's Primary, Sanjay Brathwaite. In 5, Renaya Prescott of A. DaCosta Edwards. In 6, Kalisha Beckles of Ellerton. And in 7, Shazaria Holder of L.T. Gay. So they'll try once more for a fair start. Off and running. Looking good there on the inside. Zuri Stout. Stout of Wilkie Cumberbatch. Stout going. She's going. She's going. She's gone with it. 13.95. Still slower. So the overall winner will be Araya Clark of Blackman and Gallup. That 13.07 posted from the first time final. So she'll be victorious. Points for Blackman and Gallup. Under 9 girls, 80 meters. The under 9 boys will be coming up next. Here we see a repeat. Wilkie Cumberbatch, large and in charge. Unfortunately, that time not fast enough. These are time finals. It's all about running as fast as possible. The under 9 boys, they're up next. In lane 2, Ranai Pierre Wong of LTG. In lane 3, Kyrie Jordan of St. Catherine's Primary. In 4, Denari Morris of Half Moon Fort. Lane 5, Kaylin Corbin of Wilkie Cumberbatch. In lane 6, Amari Charles of Gordon Greenwich. And in lane 7, Shane Miller of the Ellerton Enforcers. On the starters' orders. Off and running. Pierre Wong there. Mishap by Corbin of Wilkie Cumberbatch, but he's up and running. Shane Miller of the Ellerton Enforcers. He will take it. Charles of Gordon Greenwich in second. Very unfortunate for Kaylin Corbin of Wilkie Cumberbatch. He was going quite well there. So 13.59 will be the time to beat. 13.59. Shane Miller from the Ellerton Enforcers. Very, very unfortunate. These things happen in sports. There we saw a spill there, but he was up and running. He kept going. Hopefully he'll come back in one of the other races and show what he's made of. Our second section, Jerry Beckles of Blackman and Gallup. In 2, Green of Wilkie Cumberbatch. In 3, Najee Griffith Collis of Ellerton. In 4, Akiri Gill of St. Mark's. In 5, in 6, Aidan Williams of A. DaCosta Edwards. And from St. Catherine in lane 7, Devon Quinton. 13:59, the time posted in the first section. They're off and running. On the inside, Jerry Beckles of Blackman and Gollop. He's running off and leaving the others. They'll have to run to catch Beckles today. It's all Beckles. And a good time from Beckles, 12.58 seconds. So Blackman and Gollop seems to be the school in charge here today. Looking impressive. What's that in the stand? Is that a saucepan or a pot? Something? 12:58 from Jerry Beckles. Blackman and Gollop, that's the time to beat right now. 12:58. We'll see the replay. There he go. From the get-go, Beckles, large and in charge. Running away from the field. Impressive, 12.58. Our final section for the under-9s. Rain Battershield James of Half Moon Fort. He's in lane 2. In lane 4, Rajani Rudder Walks of LT Gay. In lane 5, Kaimani Dottin of Gordon Greenwich. Lane 6, Jaden Callender of Blackman and Gollop. And in lane 7, Naibrai Rulon Brathwaite of St. Mark's Primary. They're off. Looking good there. Lane 6, that's Jaden Callender of Blackman and Gollop running away from the field. These guys are dominating here. Blackman and Gollop dominating, 12:73. That should put him in the top 3. But Beckles of Blackman and Gollop, the overall winner with his 12:58. So that will give him the first place, 10 points for the school, 10 points for him, as well as the Ryan Brathwaite zone record holder. So under 9 boys, 80 meters, done and dusted. Let's have a look again. Off to a good start was Kamani Dottin of Gordon Greenwich. He started well, but then we saw the dominance of Jaden Callender of Blackman and Gollop running away from the field. These guys are looking really impressive. I believe it's about points time. We've completed the 600, the 800, the 50s, the 80s. As soon as the 80s have been compiled, then we will be able to give you those points, and plus any field events that have been completed so far, we'll get them in. So again, thanks to Marcia and Adele. They've been working really good all 6 days so far. Some action over at the long jump. Coming up next on the track will be the 400 meters for the under 13 girls and boys. That will be the next track event. In the meantime, we'll try to see if there are any field events that we can cover. I know you're interested in seeing what's happening on the field. Yesterday we talked about being determined, never giving up. We saw that exhibited in that previous section. Young lad got up and kept going. So this is the cricket ball throw. Some nice chants. We have 2 days remaining. Sorry, 1 more day remaining. Tomorrow, Frida Nichols will be her turn. Then we get a break and we return on March 2nd with the semifinals. And then March 10th will be the big grand finale. Who will be crowned the overall NAPSAC champions. I believe people are starting to do some statistical analysis to determine which schools you think will factor in, get as many people as possible into the semis and then into the finals, and make your determination of who will win the championship. We have an idea of some teams that are looking good, but in terms of getting those teams into the final, that's the important thing. So, let's look at some results. The under-7 girls 50 meters, Kami Watkins of Wilkie Cumberbatch, she was third, 10.86. Similar time was Haley Leonard of St. Catherine's, and the winner, Araya Sobers of LTG, 10.49. In the under-7 boys, third, Tashawn Chase of Blackman and Gollop, 10.00. Kyron Hinkson of Ada Costa Edwards, 9.76, finishing in second. And the winner, Jamarco Douglas of the Ellerton Enforcers, 9.66 seconds. The under-9 girls 80-meter dash, third, Kaylee Howard-Jones of Wilkie Cumberbatch, 13.57 seconds. In second, Maya Robinson of Blackman and Gollop, 13.42 seconds. And winning, Aria Clark of Blackman and Gollop, 13.05 seconds. In the under-9 boys 80-meter dash, third was Carrie Gill of St. Mark's, 13.38. Second, Jaden Callender, Blackman and Gollop, 12.72. And the winner, Ajari Beckles of Blackman and Gollop, 12.55 seconds. So there we saw Blackman and Gollop earning double points in both 80 meters boys and girls. In the 600 meters, third, Ricara Trotman of Ada Costa Edwards, 2 minutes 13.05. Second, Laraya Foster, Ada Costa Edwards, 2 minutes 12.93. And the winner, Anaya Catlin of Gordon Greenwich Primary, 2 minutes 11.21. The boys open 800 meters, Javin Bartlett of Blackman and Gollop, third, 2:55.45. Christopher Clark of the Ellerton Enforcers, second, 2 minutes 54.87. The winner, Amir Morris of Wilkie Cumberbatch, 2 minutes 54.78. So now we can give you some points after those set of events. Maybe 1 or 2 field events included. For the boys, Gordon Greenwich, 8 points. Lawrence Stigay, 11. St. Catherine's, 12. St. Mark's, 13. Ada Costa Edwards, 14. Ellerton Enforcers, 22. Wilkie Cumberbatch, 25. And leading the boys, Blackman and Gollop, 51 points. In the girls category, St. Mark's, 1. Ellerton, 10. Gordon Greenwich and St. Catherine's, 14 apiece. Lawrence Stigay in fourth, 15 points. Ada Costa Edwards, 17. And tied on 23 points in the girls, Blackman and Gollop and Wilkie Cumberbatch. So already we can see where the battle will be. Blackman and Gollop and Wilkie Cumberbatch in both the boys and the girls. Do not rule out the Ellerton Enforcers in the boys category. So that's it for the point standings as we look on to some field events before we get into the 400 meters. Several field events going on. Cricket ball throw and long jump. So yes, please enjoy this field event action, the long jump. We seldom get to see these events, but some schools, they rake a lot of points up from these, no pun intended. Yesterday we saw Bailey's Primary amassing over 100 points from field events alone, both the boys and the girls. So these field events do count, although they're not highlighted, but they're working in the background and the points are being accumulated. So these girls competing in the ball throw. Remember, the under 13 boys and girls also do the shot put. Same points awarded across the board. 10, 8, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 for placing from first to 8th position. This is the Sunshine Cereals Ryan Brathwaite zone. A good jump there from that youngster. A standing throw from the young lady here from Wilkie Cumberbatch. And again, I will encourage all scholars to make an effort to support your schools, whatever way possible. Schools need all the help they can get the athletes up to a certain standard in terms of uniforms, shoes. Even if you have some ability, if you were a former athlete and you know how to do the shot put, you can lend some assistance to the school by volunteering a couple of hours to work with the athletes and get them ready. Lots of ways that you can assist. And it's a good investment in the future of the athletes. Many we've seen gone on from NAPSAC to BSAC to Carifta to the world stage. And some have benefited from track and field scholarships. Others went on into different sports and also had the opportunity to gain a scholarship to get a free education. That's one of the opportunities to be derived from participating in sports. Some long jump action. Lad from Wilkie Cumberbatch waiting his turn. He's on the runway here. We're back at the ball throw. Like we said, the next track event will be the under 13 girls 400 meters, 3 sections coming up for those young ladies. Sure, we will see some who competed in the 600 back here for the 400 meters. That throw having some height on it, that's necessary. I think you'll be able to get a clear look now at the athletes as they execute their throws. Young man there from St. Catherine's Primary in the long jump. On the other end of the field, we have some competition going on. Another throw. So they're throwing in opposite directions. That's a far throw. Seeing the official calling for some more tape. Here is an enforcer. Ellerton enforcers. Oh yes, that's well, too much height on that. She looked ready to execute. A good throw, however, it's not just the height, it's the length of the throw. A lefty. Competitor from Blackman and Gallup. Again, a lot of height on that one. So if you were a javelin thrower, if you spent a lot of days practicing for the javelin, I think you might be able to assist these little ones with a cricket ball throw. Pretty much similar technique involved. Next up, athlete from Ada Costa Edwards. That was a good one. That's a good throw. You can see the tape going out. Another good throw there from Blackman and Gallup. And now at the other end of the field, the little ones, these are the under sevens. They're doing the tennis ball throw. You won't get them running up, but you will get them standing and trying their hardest to throw. A little enforcer here. So these little ones having a good time. They're having a ball out here. Not just enjoying the competition, but you can see the friendships that can be created. These little ones having a ball. Dancing and enjoying themselves. There we go. On the opposite side of the field, this is the southern end. Fairly decent throw. So this competition continues. On the other end, the under 7s tennis ball throw. Here, the under 13s with the cricket ball throw. Here we go, the under 13 girls getting ready to make their way out for the 400 meters. And more cricket ball action. So our first section for the under 13 girls 400 meters in lane 2. Ristiana Moore of Wilkie Cumberbatch. Lane 3 from LTG Memorial, Chelsea Trotman Hurley. In lane 4 from the Ellerton Enforcers, Alexis Brathwaite. In 5, Danielle Jones from St. Catherine's Primary. Lane 6, Ainaya Grimes of Blackman and Gollop. And in lane 7, Akashi Cumberbatch of Gordon Greenwich. Again, just remember, these are all time finals, and secondly, this is a new zone, so the overall winner will become the record holder of the zone. Moore, Trotman Hurley, Brathwaite, Jones, Grimes, and Cumberbatch. Okay, so they're going to try it again. The young lady from Gordon Greenwich needs to raise her leg, her knee off the ground at the set. She's done so now. So they're off to a good start. Moore of Wilkie Cumberbatch, Trotman Hurley of LTG. Going quickly, there's Cumberbatch of Gordon Greenwich out in 7. Trying to make the stagger up is Trotman Hurley of LTG, running out of lane number 3. So as they head down the backstretch, Cumberbatch of Gordon Greenwich, Danielle Jones of St. Catherine there in the white top and green shorts. She is motoring down the backstretch as they approach 200 meters to go. She's slowing down a bit. Danielle Jones, the leader, still leading the pack as they approach 150 meters. Let's see how these times will look. Here comes Moore of Wilkie Cumberbatch. They're on the inside in lane 2 as they spin out the turn. Final 100 meters, Moore and Trotman Hurley of LTG. So it's Ristiana Moore, Chelsea Trotman Hurley, and Moore opening up. A good effort, Ristiana Moore of Wilkie Cumberbatch. She will work her way to the finish and wins it now, 1:14.26. The flash time for Moore. So Wilkie Cumberbatch starting things off here. Compliments of Ristiana Moore, a 1:14.26. So that will be the time to beat. Showing you a replay. Going out rather quickly was Cumberbatch of Gordon Greenwich. as well as Danielle Jones of St. Catharines. And Moore running in lane 2, worked her magic, good strategy, finished strong. Second went to Trotman Hurley of Lawrence T. Gay Memorial, but it was all Moore winning 1:14.26. Second section, Taja Herbert of, she's not there. In lane 3, Shakaya Gibson of St. Catharines. In 4, Shireen Wharton Lawrence of LT Gay. In 5, Shania Ward of St. Mark's. In lane 6, Saraya Beckles of A. DaCosta Edwards. And in lane number 7, Talia Grimes of Blackman and Gollop. They're off and running. Grimes on the outside. In 7, Beckles, Ward. No real movement here as they head down the back stretch. Staggers looking kind of even. Now Grimes trying to open just a little gap on the field. Ward of St. Mark's looking good, moving up. As they approach the 200-meter mark, 33 seconds on the clock. Remember, they're chasing 1:14.26. There on the outside is Grimes of Blackman and Gollop. Here comes Beckles of A. DaCosta Edwards in the yellow top. She's working. As they approach the final 100 meters, here comes Saraya Beckles of A. DaCosta Edwards, as she should do, finishing strong. Being challenged by Grimes. Grimes is not giving up. So it's Grimes and Beckles. Grimes and Beckles battling. Who's going to get there first? Grimes and Beckles. Beckles and Grimes. And Grimes holds on for the win. 1:15.13. A little slower than the first section. Blackman and Gollop, they have something to cheer about. So a good effort from Grimes to hold off Beckles of A. DaCosta Edwards. She challenged. They were neck and neck, stride for stride. Some support from the Blackman and Gollop posse. A replay. There on the outside, those three young ladies going at it, Grimes, Beckles, and Ward. And Shania Ward of St. Mark's at one point in time, she looked like she would challenge. Then came that challenge from Beckles of A. DaCosta Edwards, moving from about 120 meters, and she kept going. But Grimes did not give up at all. Grimes kept working all the way, and she ended up being victorious, 1:15.12. Our final section here, Tayaja Carter of A. DaCosta Edwards in lane number 2. In 3, Kayla Gittins of Gordon Greenwich. Lane 4, Alicia Chandler of Wilkie Cumberbatch. In 5, Kyla Nicol of the Ellerton Enforcers. And in lane 6, Kalia Gaskin of St. Mark's Primary. High jump action, a big foul there. As we were saying, athletes must take off with one leg. They're off and running. Carter, Gittins, Chandler, Nicol, and Gaskin chasing 1:14.26. Time recorded by Moore of Wilkie Cumberbatch in the first section. So let's see how these girls will fare. Heading down the backstretch, St. Mark's Kalia Gaskin and the Ellerton Enforcers Kyla Nicol. She's our current leader. Just approaching 150 meters to go. Nickel of Ellerton. The enforcers. Coming into the straightaway. Nickel of the Ellerton enforcers looking around, but making her way to the finish line. Nickel 105. She's going to look to run faster than 114. 110. So 112.57. I think that should be good enough to do it. 112.57. Kylan Nickel, the Ellerton enforcers. That should give them the win. This is Chandler of Wilkie Cumberbatch finishing up. So a replay of that final section. Carter, Gittins, Chandler, Nickel, and Gaskin. And Nickel took over from the backstretch. Here at the 200-meter mark, still in charge. So she ended up being victorious. And there she goes on her way to victory, posting the best time of 112.57. That will do it for the win and the record. The boys are up next. 3 sections for them as well. In lane 2, Joshua Norville of Half Moon Fort, primary. Raj Phillips of LT Gay. He's running out of 3. In lane 4, Amir Morris of Wilkie Cumberbatch. He was the winner of the 800 meters, so let's see if he can do the double. Rico Gibson of Gordon Greenwich in 5, Kaderi Kelman, Ada Costa Edwards in 6, Shamario Greenwich of the Ellerton Enforcers in lane 7. So they're off. Pretty even so far. Kelman of Ada Costa Edwards looking to make the stagger up. Morris, eyes will be on him. He just ran the 800 and was victorious. I think Kaderi Kelman of Ada Costa Edwards, he's looking the best of the lot right now as they approach the 200-meter mark. Kaderi Kelman, there he goes. Yes, I think Amir Morris's legs might be a little weak from that 800 meters he won earlier. But all alone here, Kaderi Kelman of Ada Costa Edwards. He's working his way into the straightaway. Here he comes. Amir Morris coming up with a really good kick. He is kicking. He's kicking. He's kicking. He's finishing strong. Really strong. Here he comes. And his legs have enough to get him the win. 110.48. So Amir Morris winning his section. Wilkie Cumberbatch primary. Kelman not having enough left in the tank to finish up. Had such a good lead. Our second section, Dario Morris of Half Moon Fort will be running in 2. Delaney Burke from Wilkie Cumberbatch in 3. Just a replay here of that first section. So going out well was Kaderi Kelman of Ada Costa Edwards. He had quite a lead. Good enough lead. And jogging to the finish line, no kind of acceleration whatsoever. In the meantime, Morris of Wilkie Cumberbatch finishing like a freight train. So in this section, we'll see Danico Harris of Blackman and Gollop running in 2. Burke of Wilkie Cumberbatch, Burlas of St. Mark's, Roberts of LT Davis of St. Catherine's, and Clark of Ellerton Primary. Harris was fourth in the 800 meters, 2:55. Let's see how he'll fare in this 400 meters. Going out well so far is Delaney Burke of Wilkie Cumberbatch as they head down the back stretch. Burke, there he goes. Blue, orange, and black outfit. He's chasing 1:10.48, the time posted by Amir Morris, his teammate. So as they approach the 200-meter mark, gone. Delaney Burke of Wilkie Cumberbatch. He's trying to run faster than his teammate, trying to get that 10 points. 46 seconds on the clock now. So Delaney Burke will have to use his arms. Really work his arms, get those legs going. 56, 57 seconds. It's Delaney Burke of Wilkie Cumberbatch. It's just a matter of how fast he'll run. So Burke on his way to victory. Burke wins it, 1:08 approximately. Looks like the time for him. Burke of Wilkie Cumberbatch. So, as we say, the battle will be between Wilkie Cumberbatch and Blackman and Gollop for the championship, and we are seeing it quite evident here in these races. Didn't get the official time there for that one. But Burke ran a very strategic race, worked his way, made up the stagger, and continued to work. There he goes, coming into the straightaway, staying focused, nice and focused, and finishing up in first. In this section, we'll see Dario Morris of Half Moon Fort Primary in 2. In 3 from Gordon Greenwich, Kevon Bishop. 4 from St. Mark's, Zachary McCollin. From St. Catherine's Primary, Kaimani Clark in lane 5. In lane 6 from A. DaCosta Edwards, LaShawn Small. And in lane 7, Javin Bartlett of Blackman and Gollop. Javin Bartlett was 3rd in the 800 meters earlier. That's a clearance there. In the high jump, competitor from Wilkie Cumberbatch. So they're asking the athletes to step off the track. I cannot tell you why. Normally when this occurs, it's some kind of technical difficulty or maybe something with an athlete. Don't believe it's a technical issue. Welcome to the Sunshine Cereals right now. Which will be resolved momentarily, I'm quite sure. In the meantime, the high jump competition continues. And that's a clearance. Competitor from Wilkie Cumberbatch. We'll try to see if we can get sight of the bib number. Wilkie Cumberbatch. Please note we have one section coming up in the 400 meters. In the meantime, the high jump for boys going on. So let's give you some scores while we await that next section. For the boys, Gordon Greenwich 8 points, Lawrence Tigay 11, St. Catherine's 12, St. Mark's 13, Ada Costa Edwards 14, Ellerton, the Enforcers, they're on 22. Wilkie Cumberbatch on 25. Blackman and Gollop on 51. In the girls, St. Mark's 9. Gordon Greenwich 15. Ellerton 21. Ada Costa Edwards 26. Lawrence Tigay Memorial 30. St. Catherine's Primary 31. Blackman and Gollop 49. And Wilkie Cumberbatch 50. That's the girls. So it's tight in the girls. This is going to go down to the relays. I believe so. Wilkie Cumberbatch leading by 1 point. Blackman and Gollop in the boys. So we can track this high jump event. Seems like that technical issue has been clarified, verified, sorted out. This is Zahir Cullimore of St. Catherine's clearing the bar. Congratulations to him. And I'm seeing a tape coming out. That means that the bar is going to be raised. There we go again with Cullimore of St. Catherine's, a good clearance. Once we see the tape out, that means a new height. The bar will be measured 3 places. The right side, the left side, and the center. So we'll try to see if we can get the height of the bar. And we'll also keep you posted with the athletes who are competing. This is the boys' open high jump. So a youngster from Wilkie Cumberbatch. Remember, 2 of them are competing. Shakari Leacock and Shadon Slocum. So he will have 2 more attempts at this site. This is Shadon Slocum here. First attempt. And he makes it. So Slocum of Wilkie Cumberbatch, successful attempt. 2 athletes competing from St. Catherine's Primary. There we see that successful attempt once more by Slocum. Okay, so he'll have 2 more. Competitor from St. Catherine's. You can get a look at his number. We'll be able to tell you his name, 4591. That was Strawn. Strawn. The other competitor, Jalon Brathwaite. He's up next. Here we go. That was Cullimore here. Cullimore, St. Catherine's. Actually, St. Catherine's, they have 3 competitors going in this one. So the high jump competition will continue. As I said, we'll try to give you the height of the bar. This is Leacock. Again, we're just awaiting the whatever technical difficulty there is. So Cullimore of St. Catherine's Primary, he is making another attempt and not successful. Okay, the bar at 1.2 meters, 1.20. A far cry from yesterday when Shakir Aline set a new record of 1.34 meters. So he's probably looking on, or he'll probably view this a little later to see what his competition will be like from the other zones. So as you heard, today's Sunshine Cereals Ryan Brathwaite zone in the opening ceremony, we had a chance to hear from Miss Michelle Maynard, brand manager, Sunshine Cereals, and we're very happy to have Michelle here with us to talk with us for a little bit. And Michelle, welcome.
Thank you.
So, could you tell us first of all, why did Sunshine Cereals choose to be a part of NAPSAC?
Okay, Sunshine Cereals, we have a line that specifically caters to the younger kids, and we want to be involved in supporting them, throughout the year and going forward. So what better way to start than with NAPSAC?
Of course, and we're going to get back. You'll be with me for another 5 to 10 minutes, so just hold on. We are back on track. As we said, we have that technical issue resolved, so we'll be going back to the 400 meters boys under 13. I believe this will be our final section. When we left, we had 1:10:48. We did not get the official time for Burke from Wilkie Cumberbatch, but we can tell you it was faster than 1:10, somewhere in the region of 1:08 or so. So our final section here, under 13 boys, Morris of Half Moon Fort, Bishop of Gordon Greenwich, McCollin of St. Mark's, Clark of St. Catherine's from Ada Costa Edwards, Small, and Bartlett of Blackman and Gollop. So Bartlett has taken out this one quite quickly. He's heading down the back stretch, chasing that 1:08 point. He knows what he has to do. It's all about running fast times. It's not about just winning, but these are time finals. So Javin Bartlett of Blackman and Gollop, 35 seconds gone now for him. And we saw him in the 800 meters earlier as well. So you'll see a lot of these youngsters, the under 13 boys, doing the double, maybe a triple. So 50 seconds on the clock now for Javin Bartlett of Blackman and Gollop coming into the straightaway. Needs to work his arms, needs to pick up the pace. He's going to be challenged. Finishing strong there from Ada Costa Edwards, LaShawn Small. But I think Bartlett gave himself enough space there that he could hold on. And he holds on for the win. 1:13.12, a slower time. That means that Burke from Wilkie Cumberbatch will end up being the champion in the under 13 boys. He'll get the 10 points, and he will also be the new record holder. back to Miss Maynard, brand manager, Sunshine Cereals. Is this the first time that Sunshine Cereals is coming aboard with NAPSAC?
Yes, please.
And I know normally companies don't just come on for a year. They say, okay, we're going to spend 2 or 3 years with you and see how things work out. What is the plan with Sunshine Cereals?
Well, we're looking for a long-lasting relationship, so hopefully this is the beginning of good things to come.
And for you, is this your first time coming around the NAPSAC environment?
No, it isn't.
So what do you think of the NAPSAC brand?
I love it. I'm glad to see that, we're back out face-to-face. Last year, there was the online presence, right? So it's good to see everybody else and, all the activity in the stands and everybody's happy back how it used to be before.
Exactly. Great. So tell us a little more about your products. What can these, do you have someone giving out packages to the children and to the spectators?
Yes, we'll be doing that shortly, probably within the next half an hour. We'll be starting with the athletes first, and then we're moving over to the stands.
Excellent. So what products can they look to get?
Well, we have 40 kids. We have the Sunshine Granola. That comes, currently we're going to give the regular, but the other flavors we have will be the Cinnamon Crunch, the Peanut Crunch, as well as the Cranberry.
Excellent.
We are also partnering with 3 other brands from Armstrong.
Yes.
So we'll be giving away samples from those brands too as well.
Oh, lovely. Good. A lot of times the athletes don't really get to benefit from these, mostly the spectators. So I'm glad to hear that the athletes will get the opportunity to get to sample your products. And hopefully their parents will get a little taste and also further down the road they will be able to purchase some of your products. Yes, it's a pleasure to have you on board. Of course, athletes need as much support as possible.
They do.
Yes, really good to have you on board with us. So as you watch on, you viewers out there, you heard that there are products being sampled here at NAPSAC. I want to encourage you to come. Don't just watch it from at home. Come on down to Usain Bolt. We have one more day zonal meets tomorrow. Then we have, of course, the semi-final on March 2nd, and March 10th will be the big grand finale. We have tickets available still for those. $10 will get you into the zone as well as the semi-finals, and meager $20 can get you into the final. $5 tickets for children. How do those prices sound to you, Michelle?
Sounds great.
Very reasonable.
Can't be the ticket at $10.
At all, to come and enjoy a day of...
Full day.
Yes, it is a full day. Yeah, so we really want to thank Sunshine Cereals, Armstrong Agencies for coming aboard and giving your support to NAPSAC. Your final thoughts? I know you have to rush off. Please don't forget us in this room.
I wouldn't.
Yes. Your final words before you go?
I just want to see everybody put forward and do their best. And, let's all come out victorious. And as they look forward to the semi-finals and the finals.
Yes.
And I'm sure all the parents, the teachers, they are proud of whatever effort they're putting in today.
Excellent. And again, we want to thank you very much. Thank you for taking some time out to come and have a little chat with us. I know you will be back this evening for the final presentation
I'm here
as
for
well.
The day.
Whole day. Good. Excellent. Good. It's good to have your presence here with us.
Thank you.
Okay, so that was Michelle Maynard, brand manager, Sunshine Cereals, the sponsors of the Ryan Brathwaite Zone. And again, we want to thank her as well as Armstrong Agencies and all the other sponsors who have come aboard with us for NAPSAC 2023. So the athletes have been pulled off again as we get ready for the 300 meters. Under 11 girls and boys coming up. Blackman and Gollop scoring 20 out of their 49 points, 20 on the field, 29 on the track. Good analysis here, as I said, for the coaches to use to assist them. Wilkie Cumberbatch scoring 25 points for the sprint, 6 for the distance, 19 for the field events. Really good analysis there as we get ready for our first of 3-time finals in the under 11 girls. Shekinah Francis of Half Moon Fort Primary. She'll be running out of lane 2. In lane 3, Decasia Waith of the Ellerton Enforcers. Lane 4 from St. Catherine's Primary, Halija Bailey. In lane 5, Anira Branch of Blackman and Gollop. In lane 6, Tanique Niles of St. Mark's. And lane 7, Gabrielle Blunt of LT Gay Memorial. That's who we expect. So a slight change here. So we'll be running the second section as we can see them here on the line. Angel Ann Cullimore of Half Moon Fort. She'll be running out of 2 from the Ellerton Enforcers. Amaya Dawson Harris in 3. Anaya Christina Inks of Wilkie Cumberbatch in 4. From St. Catherine's in 5, Zakaya Cullimore. In lane 6 from Gordon Greenwich, Anaya Catlin. And in lane 7 from Ada Costa Edwards, Deshera Beckles Henry. This is the first of 3 time finals for the under 11 girls 300. So here we go. Cullimore, Dawson Harris, Inks, Cullimore, Catlin, and Beckles Henry. 300 meters. They're off and running. So Gordon Greenwich's Anaya Catlin out in 6, looking to pick up that stagger. And here comes from Wilkie Cumberbatch, Anaya Christina Inks. That's the challenge. So it's Inks and Catlin. Coming up to 100 meters to go. Inks of Wilkie Cumberbatch putting her foot down. All Inks. Inks will take it 53.95, a slow finish for Inks. So that's the fastest time. That's the time to beat so far. 53.95. Replay of this one. We saw Catlin of Gordon Greenwich going out, trying to pick the pace up and keep the pace. However, from Wilkie Cumberbatch, Anaya Christina Inks, showing her class Needs to finish a little faster. She wants to record the fastest time overall. So our next section coming up, Shekinah Francis of Half Moon Fort. The Cassia Wave of Ellerton. So this one is Zion Marshall of Gordon Greenwich. She's in 2. Kaitana Griffith of St. Mark's in 3. From L.T. Gay, Hope Williams in lane number 4. In lane 5 from Ada Costa Edwards, Samara Griffith. Lane 6, Zaria Brathwaite of Blackman and Gollop. And in 7, Julia Griffith of Wilkie Cumberbatch Primary. 53.95 the time to beat. So they're off and running. Let's see who will set the early pace. Hope Williams of L.T. Gay. And there on the outside, Zaria Brathwaite of Blackman and Gollop. Just past the 200-meter mark, Blackman and Gollop's Zaria Brathwaite. There goes Zaria Brathwaite. She's being challenged by Williams of L.T. Gay on the inside. Zaria Brathwaite. There she goes. Coming up into the straightaway just about now. Zaria Brathwaite of Blackman and Gollop. Brathwaite just eyeing her supporters in the stand on the right. And Brathwaite working her way to the finish line. She will take it now. 54.87. Not as fast as the first section by Inks of Wilkie Cumberbatch. Marshall of Gordon Greenwich finishing up now. So replay. Good even start. Williams, Hope Williams of L.T. Gay. She had a great run. On the outside there was Brathwaite of Blackman and Gollop. Running a sustained run. Coming into the straightaway, she had already made up the stagger. It was just a matter of maintaining that form, and she did so. One more section coming up for the under 11 girls. Part of the crowd on the eastern side. See some folks there who are present at every meet. See 3 ladies up there. I don't think they ever missed. 2 of them don't think they ever missed a NAPSAC event from its inception. They have been present. One is the mother of former outstanding athlete at the junior level, Yinka Bignell. So here we go with our final section. This is Cullimore, Dawson Harris. Sorry, we had that one already. There we go, Wave of Ellerton. The Cassia Wave. She's our current leader. Branch of Blackman and Gollop in second. Into the straightaway, the Cassia Wave of the Ellerton Enforcers. She has to go faster than 53.95. The Cassia Wave, 49.50. Wave. Long strides, 54.36. So that won't be faster. So Inks of Wilkie Cumberbatch from that first section will be the overall winner. Here we have a replay of that one. The Enforcers. Ellerton Primary, naming themselves the Enforcers. And this young lady finishing up in first position in her section. The under 11 boys are up next. From Blackman and Gollop to Jay Thompson in 2. In 3, Shakiri Leacock of Wilkie Cumberbatch. In 4, Kajari Davis of St. Catherine's Primary. In 5, Papa Yawson of LTG Memorial. Lane 6, Kareem Barnett of Ellerton, the Enforcers. And in lane 7, Romani Beckles of St. Mark's Primary. They're off. Looking for a fast time from this section, knowing that 2 others have to go. So these guys need to record a really fast time. Looking good is Shakiri Leacock of Wilkie Cumberbatch. And Kareem Barnett of the Ellerton Enforcers out there in the yellow shirt, giving chase. Those 2. That's where the race is. But Leacock of Wilkie Cumberbatch, he has the lead as they come into the straightaway. So it's Leacock. All Leacock. Leacock is going to hold on for the win. 53.50 unofficial time for Leacock. Wilkie Cumberbatch. That's the first of 3 sections for the under 11 boys going 300 meters. Section of the crowd, the supporters. Replay of this first section. Had a good effort from Barnett of the Ellerton Enforcers going out there in the yellow. Then coming into the picture, Shakiri Leacock of Wilkie Cumberbatch. And he took over, going to the finish, 53.50, the time for him. 2 more sections coming up for the under 11 boys. They're on the line already. From A. DaCosta Edwards, Shundal Maynard in lane 2. In lane 3 from Half Moon Fort Primary, Tressé Miller. From Gordon Greenwich, Zaire Holder in 4. In lane 5, Jelani Phillips of Wilkie Cumberbatch. In lane 6, Keontae Boyce of St. Mark's. And in 7, Aaron Eastman of Blackman and Gollop. This is the second section. Of course, we look forward to this time of the day when Janelle Denny will come in and give us the quote of the day as well as the Olympic value of the day. We'll have that coming up for you shortly. So 300 meters on the 11 boys, our second section. They're off and running. They're chasing 53.50. Time recorded by Leacock of Wilkie Cumberbatch. And here comes his teammate here, Jelani Phillips. He has made up the stagger on most of the runners. Looking ahead at the guy ahead of him there. So Phillips in the picture now is Maynard of A. DaCosta Edwards. He's not to be left out at all. Shondal Maynard of A. DaCosta Edwards. Don't think that Phillips saw him to his left. So Maynard, he's going to win it for A. DaCosta Edwards. Shondal Maynard, the winner. 50.57, the best time so far. Good effort from him there on the inside. So Maynard doing it for A. DaCosta Edwards and posting a time that this third section will have to go faster than 50.57. One guy finishing up now. That will do it. Our third and final section for the under 11 boys coming up. This is just an opportunity for you to see again how it was done. Maynard of Ada Costa Edwards. Coming into the straightaway, sneaking in there from the inside, finishing up 50.57, the best time so far. Section of the crowd there from Wilkie Cumberbatch. Our third and final section coming up shortly. Here we go. Shamari Worrell of Gordon Greenwich in 2. In lane 3, Damario Yearwood of Ada Costa Edwards. Romani Wood of Ellerton Primary, the enforcers in 4. Namari Lloyd of LTG in 5. From Half Moon Fort, Zaviko Shasang. And in lane 7, Khalil Brown of St. Catherine's Primary. Final section, they'll be running, chasing 50.57, the time posted by Maynard of Ada Costa Edwards in the previous section. So right after the 300 meters, we'll be chatting with Janelle Denny, hard-working chairperson. Once you take up that position, you know what will be expected of you. Lots of work. So Worrell, Yearwood, Wood, Lloyd, Shasang, and Brown. They're off to a good start. No problems here. Going out Brown now. St. Catherine's out in lane number 7. And they have been stopped. Wow. Wondered what happened there. Didn't see any signs of a false start. Okay. There we go. Maybe Lloyd of LTG moved before the gun, as well as the Shasang of Half Moon Fort. But the starters, their eyes are keen. They have to have keen eyes to pick up on these things. Must have a fair advantage, or you cannot have any kind of advantage, the runners. So even a step, even a half second ahead will be an unfair advantage. So here we go. Worrell, Yearwood, Wood, Lloyd, Shasang, and Brown trying again. Gonna try it again. The Ellerton enforcers. There we go, off and running. So far, so good. Romani Wood of the Ellerton Enforcers, and on the outside, Brown of St. Catherine's. Those are the two looking good so far. Just about 150 remaining, half of the race. Pretty even here between these three. Look out for Wood. Wood of the Ellerton Enforcers now making a move there. Is Yearwood. Shasang of Half Moon Fort in the picture. So it's Shasang and Brown. Brown on the outside. Shasang of Half Moon Fort. And Brown pulling double here. Brown of St. Catherine's. He will take it 51.32. A good run, but not fast enough. So Maynard of Ada Costa Edwards, he will win the overall under 11 boys 300 meters, 50.57 seconds. Janelle Denny, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, James, and good afternoon to all our viewers.
How has it been going today so far?
Well, it's been going great as usual. I can't complain, and I don't think the executive will complain either.
Yes, I must say that things have been going along quite well. Um, Before we get into the quote and value of the day, I understand that we have some special races. These races are going to be sponsored. Individual races will be sponsored.
Yes, within the 100 meters, Armstrong agencies, they have brought on some additional brands to sponsor some of the 100 sprints. So,
Will any be in the under 13 girls?
yes,
Okay, could you share that information with us?
it will be the Alcalado Glacial on the 13 girls 100 meters.
Lovely.
And then we will have the Nabisco on the 13 boys 100 meters. And then we will follow up with the under 11, the Tyne under 11 100-meter girls.
Lovely. So
they've sponsored 3 sets of 100 meters here today.
So let me ask you a question, Janelle, as it pertains to individual sponsorship of races. So if Michael Jules wanted to sponsor the 800 meters, seeing that Michael Jules was a distance runner, 800-meter runner, is there something in place that he could do so?
Well, we're doing that mainly for our semifinals and finals stage, but you have to appreciate these brands are part of Armstrong Agencies, and Armstrong Agencies is the main company which Sunshine Cereals is a part of.
So they can afford to do that today, seeing that it is their zone.
Exactly.
Good. So you still haven't answered my question about Michael Jules sponsoring the 800.
But I already said that if you want to do that at the semifinals,
I can do it at the finals?
Yes.
Okay. What would such a sponsorship cost me? You want to tell me that off
I'll
the
tell you
stream?
that off air. We can discuss that off air, Jules.
But I think it is a good opportunity, though, for
Of course.
for persons who they might not have had the opportunity to come in big.
Correct, because we have a lot of small businesses that may want to contribute as well.
Yes.
So we have different packages for everyone to be
Great.
able to be a part of the NAPSAC family.
Excellent. So, as you heard, these under 13 girls 100 meters, the Alcolada Glacial under 13 girls 100 meters. Excellent. So, some good exposure for the various brands. Of course, this is the Sunshine Cereals edition of...
And we've always had a good relationship with Armstrong Agencies.
Yes,
so
yes.
that continues into 2023.
Excellent. Good. So, before we get going with the under 13 girls then, the Alcalada Glacial under 13 girls 100, talk to me about the quote of the day.
Our quote of the day, or I should say the Sunshine Cereals, Ryan Brathwaite quote of the day in support of the Ministry of Education's Peace Initiative is, "The world is now too small for anything but brotherhood."
The world is now too small for anything but brotherhood. And I will just look at the first part of that, Janelle. The world is not too small.
No, too small.
Yes. But, people used to say that a long time ago. The world is a small place. And they also say you can find a Beijing anywhere in the world. But the world, the world is indeed very small. And I think with the advent of technology, COVID surely showed us that the world is a small place.
Yes.
Technology has brought the world so close. And we have to embrace that closeness. Like even now as we are covering this event, people from all over the world, when NAPSAC started back in 21 years ago, only Barbadians had the opportunity to see it. And they had to see it by coming to the stadium. As the years progressed with technology, the world started to get...
I believe it's 2011 that we first started to stream.
There we go. And so it started to get smaller and smaller. And you don't have to wait for 3 or 4 days to see anything now. You can see it live and direct. But as the saying says, the world is now too small for anything but brotherhood. And we have to embrace that. Everyone should become your brother, your sister. You never know.
You engage.
Yes.
Because, and through sport, as we've already said, we have a case where there's so much interaction. And you can have friends from all over the world. You can interact and communicate within seconds, basically.
Correct.
So it's a case where we have to try to ensure that people have positive things to say and allow for those positive things to be spread as opposed to the negative things.
Correct. So another good quote. I love these quotes. Think they're very worthy, and we must continue to spread them. Make sure that the athletes, the students, the spectators, they're all aware.
The parents.
Yes, of course. I was getting there. So the Alcalá Glacial Under-13 girls 100 meters, the first of 3 time finals. Jacada Skeet of Gordon Greenwich in lane 2. Sapphire Green of Blackman and Gollop in 3. In lane 4, Janika Taylor of Ada Costa Edwards. In lane 5, Tashira Messiah of St. Catherine's Primary. In lane 6, Kalia Gaskin of St. Mark's Primary. And lane 7, Alexis Brathwaite of Ellerton Primary. This is the lineup for the first of 3. So they're on the starters' orders. We're looking at the winning time. That's going to be important. A good start. Taylor of Ada Costa Edwards out with a good start on the inside. Jacada Skeet of Gordon Greenwich Primary. This girl is running. Jacada Skeet of Gordon Greenwich. Oh my, and she's kissing the air. Janelle, this girl is happy.
Very much so.
Jacada Skeet, 14.42. That will be the time to beat. There she goes. Very happy and excited. Yes. She's good. So, a replay. So all the girls putting in the effort, arms working, legs, but Gordon Greenwich's Jacada Skeet raising her arms in triumph, kissing the air. There she goes. She's very happy with that one. First section done and dusted, 14:42. The time to beat as we get ready for our second section. Remember, this is the Alcalá Glacial Under-13 girls 100 meters. Tashana Griffith of Lawrence D. Gay Memorial in lane 2. In lane 3, Kylan Nickel of Ellerton Primary. Lane 4, Shariah Carrington of Gordon Greenwich. In lane 5, Nazaria Brathwaite of Wilkie Cumberbatch. In lane 6, Aifia Armstrong of St. Mark's Primary. And in lane 7, Ebony O'Neill of Half Moon Fort Primary. On the starters' orders. Here we go. Looking good in the middle of the field from Wilkie Cumberbatch, Nazaria Brathwaite. Brathwaite barely holding on there. Can she hold on? Here comes Nicole. Nicole Brathwaite's a close one. Armstrong as well. And Nicole, 15.17. A little slower than the first. Keenly contested race there by those three. 45.95. That's Aifia Armstrong of St. Mark's. She was in the business as well. So 15.17, a slower time. Fastest so far is from the first section. And third and final section coming up in the Alcalá Glacial under 13 girls 100 meters. There we see a replay. Was almost a straight line there. Looking to make a move was Nicole Brathwaite of Wilkie Cumberbatch, sneaking in there for second. Armstrong of St. Mark's Primary. Third and final section coming up. Kalia Fitzpatrick Blackman of Wilkie Cumberbatch in lane 2. From St. Catherine's in lane 3, Kiara Jordan Burnett. In lane 4, Janaya Kelman of Half Moon Fort. Lane 5, Taikaja Lowe of LT Gay. In lane number 6, Tayani Howell Lowe of A. DaCosta Edwards. And lane 7, Makeri Doughty of Blackman and Gollop. They're off and running. Final section in the Alcalá Glacial under 13 girls. 100 meters. Action going here. Howell Lowe of Ada Costa and Doughty of Blackman and Gollop. Doughty holds on for the win. There's no doubt who the winner is. 14.90. It won't be fast enough though. The first section, the winner from that first section will be the overall winner. 14.42. That will do it for the under 13 girls. A replay. So those three battling and Doughty holding on. She held off the challenge and was victorious. Under 13 boys coming up. So the boys, under 13 boys, this is Nabisco. The Nabisco under 13 boys, 100 meters. From Blackman and Gollop in lane 2, Omari Robinson. Lane 3, Shavar Sears from LT Gay. In lane 4, from the Ellerton Enforcers, Seth Franklin. Lane 5, Shad Gibson Brown of Gordon Greenwich. Lane 6, Jamar Bellamy from Wilkie Cumberbatch, and lane 7 from St. Catherine's Primary, Zahir Cullimore. Saw Cullimore competing in the high jump a little earlier. They're off and running. So Seth Franklin of the Ellerton Enforcers, he is really running away with this one. 13.98, the unofficial time for him. Seth Franklin. So the Enforcers winning that first one. There he goes, 43.78. Seth Franklin, 13.98, the time for him from that first section. A replay. Seth Franklin, never bothered. 13.98, the winning time for him. So our second section, the Nabisco under 13 boys, 100 meters. Delaney Burke from Wilkie Cumberbatch in lane 2. In 3, Caleb Thompson of St. Catherine's Primary. Lane 4, Devontae Ward, Blackman and Gollop. Lane 5, Taj Jackson from Half Moon Fort. Lane 6, Kaderi Kelman of A. DaCosta Edwards. And in lane number 7, Anari Elliott of St. Mark's Primary. So the time to beat, 13.98. Seth Franklin of Vellerton Primary from the first section. They're off. Good clean start from Half Moon Fort Primary, Taj Jackson. And on the inside, Delaney Burke of Wilkie Cumberbatch. Burke is running away with this one. 13.88, so that will be better. Burke of Wilkie Cumberbatch. He's the winner and the fastest time so far. A replay. Here we saw Burke looking very focused, relaxed, working his arms. And Burke all the way. Delaney Burke, Wilkie Cumberbatch. Our final section coming up from St. Mark's Primary in lane number 2, Curdell Clark. Lane 3, Joshua Norville of Half Moon Fort Primary. Lane 4 from A. DaCosta Edwards Primary, Ishmael Hines. In lane 5, Shamario Greenwich, the Ellerton Enforcers. Lane 6, Joshua Goring of LT Gay. And lane 7, Shamario Aline Whitaker of Gordon Greenwich Primary. So we're going to try again. This third and final section on the 13 boys. The Nabisco on the 13 boys. They're off and running. Ishmael Hines of A. DaCosta Edwards being challenged on the outside by Aline Whitaker of Gordon Greenwich, and he will get home 14:31, not as fast. So the winner, 13.88, Burke of Wilkie Cumberbatch. He'll be the overall winner. So the Nabisco under 13 boys, 100 meters, that went quite rapid. Oh yes. So there's a replay. Big lad, yeah, big lad there. Was expecting a better performance from him based on, but that just goes to show you, because of your physical appearance does not mean that you may have the talent. Yes. Not at all.
Patience, that's what I've asked for. Because we, like I said, we have to realize that our children are now getting back into that shape, and, you know, patience.
So
I'm understanding that that the technical team wasn't hearing me earlier, so I think we've gotten that rectified now.
Well, we will definitely have to go back and talk about your
the sponsorship and so on.
Quote of the day.
No, they heard that.
Oh, okay. So the under 11 girls, this will be the Tang under 11 girls 100 meters. Tang is a drink I always loved. Yes. Think I might be able to get some Tang today.
I think so.
So the under 11 girls, compliments of Tang, first section, Naira Branch of Blackman and Gollop in 2. In lane 3, Sierra Lashley of Ellerton Primary. Lane 4, Angel Ann Cullimore of Half Moon Fort. Lane 5, Anaya Christina Inks of Wilkie Cumberbatch. We saw her before. From St. Catherine's, Ayana Bess James and Ketroya Brathwaite of LTG in lane number 7. So a lot of support in the stands for the athletes.
Yes, there is.
Good start. Young lady from Half Moon Fort trying to find her way. In the meantime, Inks of Wilkie Cumberbatch. She is looking the best of the lot. Working her way to the finish line. And a good challenge out there from Branch of Blackman and Gollop. Inks 15.99. That's the best time so far. Janelle?
I wonder if she's any family to Alan.
I know Inks had 2 children who were deeply involved. And the Allen Inks we're talking about, former Olympian 400-meter hurdler. There we saw 4.451 Angel Ann Cullimore of Half Moon Fort having some difficulty maneuvering the lane. She should have been in lane 4. However, Anaya Christina Inks of Wilkie Cumberbatch winning that one 15.99.
Inks also looks like she has a lot more to give.
Of course. Of course. So our second section coming up, Tang.
The Tang under
11 girls. Nyla Fitzpatrick Blackman of Wilkie Cumberbatch. She'll be running out of lane 2. Tranell Goring of Ada Costa Edwards in 3. Amaya Pinder of LT Memorial in 4. Destiny Strawn of Gordon Greenwich in lane 5. In lane 6, from St. Mark's Primary, Abrianna Stevenson. And lane 7, Decasia Waith of Ellerton Primary. Saw her competing earlier as well. 15.99, the time to beat. A good start. Again, seeing some ease to the right from Goring. In the meantime, out there, Fitzpatrick Blackman. Close one, Janelle. Fitzpatrick Blackman and Waif from Ellerton Primary.
I think Wilkie Cumberbatch got there first, though. But as I was explaining earlier when you asked the question about the sponsorship of these particular races, Armstrong agencies, all of these brands are part of the Armstrong agency family, and they would have come on board with Sunshine Cereals today to sponsor these specific races.
Good.
And that's something that we extend to anyone who wants to do it. We also have them sponsoring races at the semifinals or finals.
Okay, lovely. I will consider the 800 meters if I can afford it.
As I told you before when we didn't hear, you know, that's something that we can talk about off air.
Of course. So the under 11 girls 100 meters, the Tang under 11 girls 100 meters final section. And I will get back to a point shortly, Janelle, just after this race. Just remind me to talk about Olympians and former Olympians. There's no such thing as a former Olympian. Once you're an Olympian, you're always.
Yes.
And I mean, the Olympic movement have gone to the point where they have allowed all athletes who competed at the Olympic Games to have the post-nominal OLY attached to their names.
And our icon for tomorrow, she was instrumental
in making that happen.
So
yes.
Bajans, as usual, doing big things.
Of course, always. So tying under 11 girls 100 meters, final section, they'll have to go faster than 15.17 seconds. That was set by Nyla Fitzpatrick Blackman in the previous section. Amira Mears of Gordon Greenwich in 2. Isabina Armstrong of St. Mark's. She's in 3. Tahira Mason of St. Catherine's in 4. Zaria Brathwaite of Blackman and Gollop in 5. In 6 is Shakina Francis of Half Moon Fort. And Deshera Beckles Henry of Ada Costa Edwards in lane number 7.
And there they go, Jules.
Yes,
Clean
a great start. Looking on the inside, and Myra Mears of Gordon Greenwich Primary. Yes, she's looking the best of the lot so far. Approaching the finish line. Now she will get it, 15:67, not as fast. So Fitzpatrick Blackman of Wilkie Cumberbatch, she will end up being the overall winner. Her time was 15.17, so she will gain 10 points for herself, 10 points for the school. The Tang under 11 girls, 100 meters, done and dusted.
And we thank those individual brands for coming on board.
Yes.
And providing that sponsorship for us.
Excellent. We're going to keep moving on with these 100 meters. The boys under 11. They're up next. After them, we go to the under 9s. Sorry, the...
You're correct.
Yes, the under 9s do the 100 meters.
As well.
They've done the 80 already. They do the 80, the 100, the 150 instead of the 2. Yes. So here we go on the 11 boys in the first of 3-time finals. In lane 2, we have Zaviko Shasang. We saw him earlier from Half Moon Fort. Johnny Francis of Gordon Greenwich in 3. Ethan Lord of St. Mark's Primary in 4. Devontae Smith of St. Catherine's in 5. Shadante Grant of Ada Costa Edwards. He's in lane 6. And in lane 7, Rolando Blackman of LT Gay. Off to a good start. Those two on the inside, Shasang and Francis. And look out, Blackman of LTG on the outside. He's chasing and actually in the lead at this point.
Yes, he is.
And I believe he'll win it. 15:40. That's the time. Blackman of LTG Memorial.
I think it was a close one, but I think you're correct that he probably sneaked in with the win.
Yes, we're going to see a replay of this one.
Just needs to clean up his hands, though.
Of course. And at this stage, we're going to see hands all over the place. They're not strong enough as yet. Yes, I think he got it. Blackman, 15:40. So over time, as they mature and develop.
That's right.
Yes. So 15:39, actually. Rounded to that time for Blackman. Second section coming up. Janelle, you can stand by to talk about the Olympic value.
Well, you had said that to remind you about the Olympian and former Olympian, Jules.
Oh, yes. And we did make it clear.
That would be a good segue.
Yes, because we did make it clear that there's no former Olympian. And we were referring to Alan Inks, who represented Christchurch Foundation. He went on to university in Mississippi and did extremely well. And of course, his son and daughter are products of NAPSAC.
Yes.
Yes. I think Alana
they
is...
even went on to represent Barbados with CUT.
Yes, CUT games, etc. I think Alana is on her way to doing a doctorate now. Yes. Just a little girl competing here. Seems like yesterday.
Exactly.
So here we go with our second section on the 11 boys 100 meters. Big lad in the middle from Blackman and Gollop, Shamari King. But he's going to be challenged by Aline, Neymar Aline of Wilkie Cumberbatch. King will hold on for the win.
Using those long strides.
15-02. So Blackman and Gollop. Winning that one. Here's a replay. And Janelle, as we discuss, you'll see arms all over the place. Some too high, some too low, some all over. But they're running, and those are things that can be improved on. 15:02. So King has the best time as we go into our final section. Support. Grandparents, parents, aunts, uncles, cousins, they're all out giving their support to the athletes.
Yes, they are.
And that's
how
quite
it
necessary.
should be. That's
Yes.
how it should be.
Take the day off, come to the stadium and support your family. So our third section from Wilkie Cumberbatch, Jadan Hines Grisette in lane 2. In 3 is Aidan Ward of Blackman and Gollop. 5, Najee Maynard of Half Moon Fort. Lamar Harris of Gordon Greenwich in 6. And Jazari Graham of St. Mark's in 7. 15:02, Janelle, the time to beat. They're off. Good start. Half Moon Fort, Najee Maynard. He had a good start, but look out.
I think it could go.
Hines Grisette. And on the outside, Graham of St. Mark's. And Hines Grisette. 14:52. That will do it.
That's it. I think
That
from
will
the
be the
time
winner.
I saw the Wilkie Cumberbatch
Yes,
athlete,
there he goes, being congratulated by his teammate.
he was moving. So
So 14:49 it's being rounded
they're
to,
off to.
and that will be the winning time record. So Jadan Hines Grisette of Wilkie Cumberbatch will now be the record holder. So this time next year we'll be saying, and the record holder in this event, and of course he will be very happy and proud.
Well, he should be.
Yes, good run from him.
Yeah, it's an excellent run, to be quite honest.
Yes,
His form looks
yes,
decent.
yes.
and he can only improve from here.
Section of the crowd there. This is the Wilkie Cumberbatch posse.
I saw her this morning.
Yes.
She has on a white shirt, and at the back, she has hype.
Remember when she was at, Mr. King is glued on and making his notes. Mr. Richards from Good Shepherd. I saw him a couple of days after, and he said, "You know me well. You know what I'm doing." Yeah, so.
I saw him last Saturday when we came for the setup, when the Tigers and the Honey Badgers were practicing. So he came to collect
Yes.
a family member. He
And
said,
of course.
he said, "I'm just here collecting my, I think it was a cousin or a niece."
So the under nines are getting ready to go. Carissa Graham of Half Moon Fort Primary, she'll be running in 2. Tayasha Chandler of Ada Costa Edwards in lane 3. In lane 4, Jasmine Farrell of Gordon Greenwich. Lane 5, Shakayla Benjamin Morris of Blackman and Gollop. Lane number 6, Kendi Hoyt of St. Catherine's Primary. And in lane number 7, Zuri Stout of Wilkie Cumberbatch. So the official just making sure that the athletes understand they must run between those cones.
We have some tall on the nines here in this heat.
I was looking at the young lady from Wilkie Cumberbatch.
They all seem nervous.
Oh, yes. Saw some little ones.
Probably their first NAPSAC.
Some little ones in the under 7 section doing the tennis ball throw. Those girls were out there having a ball. They were talking, dancing around. It's always fun to watch the under 7s. The first time around here.
Exactly. Everything is new.
Yes,
like,
the whole
this?
atmosphere.
They're usually the toughest age group to control.
Yes.
Because they're always so busy. You know.
So under 9 girls getting ready to go. First of 3-time finals.
Seem to be ready now.
Yes. So Janelle, can we talk about the value, the Olympic value at this time?
Yes, we can.
What do you have to offer us
Today's
today?
value of the day is courage.
Courage. Good word. That is necessary. And the thing about all these values that you've shared, you can use them in all walks of life.
All walks of life, not just sport.
So we had a little challenge in lane 1. Lane 2, rather. Graham of Half Moon Fort. She's now in 3. Nevertheless, don't think she has impeded any progress. And Stout of Wilkie Cumberbatch working her way to the finish line. She'll finish in first. From Blackman and Gollop, Benjamin Morris finishing in second. 17.30, the time for Stout. Courage.
You have to have it. Like right now, just stepping on the line for these little ones, that's a display of courage because, you know, it's not easy to put your talent on display.
Correct. I saw a little girl in a previous zone. She was from one of the private schools, and she was there on the line, and then all of a sudden she started to cry, and she was indicating she doesn't want to run. And they tried to encourage her. Nevertheless, she stepped off the track. They took her off, but she came back and ran the longer distance. I think it was under 9 girls too. She did not run the 80, but she came and she ran the 100.
Yes.
So, you know, sometimes you just need some encouragement. You need someone to talk to you and to help you along and build up your courage.
That's right.
It's quite necessary.
And the thing is, all of these values, they're not separate and distinct. You know, all of them can be brought together.
Yes.
To
intertwined.
Correct. Because they all develop the entire person. There are many things about these values that blend into one another, and we have to understand courage is something, you know, you can have a lot of setbacks in life, and you've got to make sure that you keep moving.
Yes.
You know, that saying, fall down 7, stand up 8.
Yes.
So it's a case where in all walks of life, as you've said, you have to have the courage to get things done, to come back from setbacks and so on.
Even the little ones that you select, the athletes you select to do the athletes off, to stand there.
Exactly.
Because as you know, some adults don't have the courage to go and stand in front of a microphone to say anything at all.
Exactly. You're correct.
So for those little ones.
You are correct.
Yes.
And we usually have our, not just the athletes, but Like
The
for example,
officials.
for the finals, we usually try to have one of the students
Yes.
sing the national anthem.
There you go. Under 9 girls 100 meters, second section. Evelyn, Howard Jones, Clark Jones, LaRose, Mapp, and Lashley. So here they go. Pretty good running, staying in their lanes, doing well.
Wow. St.
Kezia
Catherine's.
Evelyn of
She's
St.
not
Catherine's
messing around.
Primary going away with this one. She is going all the way. Why is she looking around? Keep looking straight ahead. 17:21, the best of the two sections.
And I think
Better.
she can go faster.
17:21, Evelyn. Yes.
She went out so fast, she was looking for someone to challenge her, and then she's like, what's going on here?
Howard Jones of Wilkie Cumberbatch provided a little competition, but she was well ahead. Looking, glancing to her right. Where are you girls? Come on. Let's go.
Let's go.
So 17.21, best time so far from Evelyn of St. Catherine's Primary. Third and final section coming up.
St. Catherine has always had some pretty good sprinters. I see Mr. Stewart was in the stands earlier. He's a St. Catherine's man,
okay.
so he's here to represent them.
Yes, it's good to see when people from the community as well come out and give their support.
Yes.
Yes. I'm talking about Mr. Stewart. And Mr. Stewart has
appeared.
pushed his head through the door. But he's always been a supporter of anything St. Philip.
It is true, but
Think he
St.
has-
Catherine's first.
Yes, he has a bias for St. Philip, but that's okay. But still a supporter of sports in general. Any sporting event, you'll see him at giving his support. Young Ezra Stewart. Under 9 girls, 100 meters, third and final section coming up. Shazaria Holder of LT Gay in lane 2. Kalisha Beckles of Ellerton in 3. Eden Graves of Half Moon Fort in 4. From St. Mark's Primary in lane 5. Zaria Buchanan. Jakaya Dottin of Gordon Greenwich in 6. And from Blackman and Gollop, Aria Clark. She'll be running out of lane number 7. There we go. So far doing pretty good. And on the outside is Clark of Blackman and Gollop. Yes, this girl is running.
Yes.
Head a little far back, but that has not stopped her. She's been doing well. Clark, meaning business. And fastest time, Janelle, 16.76. Those little legs roll.
Yes. Her turnover.
Is really good.
Her turnover was consistent. So I'm not surprised that she has the fastest time right now.
So Clark there. Here we saw from the get-go, and those knees are coming up as well. So
chest up.
Yes.
Going,
stride
gone.
frequency. Aria Clark. We'll look out for that name. Blackman and Gollop. 16.76, the winning time. And that will give her the record for the under 9 girls 100 meters. And it's good to see how they transition, Janelle, from the under 9 to the under 11 age category.
Yes.
And I think obviously the ones who do well in the under 9 category and move up, they have a lot more courage
Yes.
than those who have not competed and move up into that other category. But that's why you need to encourage them to compete.
That's it.
You may hold a little blow or two as you move up
But
to the next age
exactly.
category, but you keep going.
You keep going.
Yes, you do not let that defeat discourage you. You use it to help you to become a lot better.
But that's the thing within sports. You're going to win and you're going to lose. So
and
children have to get used to that.
Understand that.
And respect it as well.
Yeah.
But that's what can make you go back to the drawing board, make you do your analysis. how can you improve?
Yes.
How can you get better?
And I like
How
that.
can you chase the other values that we talked about in
Correct.
terms of the excellence and so
Karani
on?
James, I liked him for that. Whenever he lost a race, he would say, my opponents were better than me today.
Of course.
Yes, he
You have to
acknowledged
acknowledge
that.
that. Yes.
So the under 9 boys 100 meters, first of 3. Off and running, a great start from Jerry Beckles of Blackman and Gollop. He got the jump, and he's going to use it to his advantage.
Whoa.
Jerry Beckles of Blackman and Gollop rolling along,
Yes.
Janelle. No stopping him. He's going to win it.
Head a bit low, but we can correct that.
Of course. 16:51, Beckles of Blackman and Gollop. So that will be the time to beat. The other 2 sections, I don't think these guys at this stage worry
Too
they
much
don't
about
check
that.
the times or anything.
They're just
they
going
come and run.
Exactly.
But of course,
It's for the physical education teachers
Yes.
to do the analysis and so
those
on.
are the ones who are there saying, "Oh, you got to run fast." So
See, that's
16.
another part of NAPSAC. I think that we have to also remember in terms of the programs that we have in our schools, every school, every community should be encouraging and supporting
Yes.
the physical education teachers and their programs or whatever they may have in place, because you have to prepare the children. That's what gives them the courage, the confidence, and so on to want to come here. Even something as simple as having your sports
Yes.
at this facility would help in the preparation,
Yes.
because sometimes the children come to this new facility and they're like, it's so big.
Yeah.
It's not really.
And obviously, the because of so many schools, it is hard for them to get here. But however, I still
Well, you
think
can
that
have the
they can
joint
bring
sports.
them here.
Yes.
They can bring them to the facility and let them have a look around, walk them around the track, show them the
Of
starting
course.
points, where they need to start from, etc. Let them get the chance to do a jump or 2.
And funny enough, I would have just mentioned in terms of joint sports, we've had some schools that once again this year
Okay.
have
Yes.
taken advantage of that. And I remember Mr. Barnett
I
and
was
myself,
about to mention that.
I think it was 2011 that we were the first,
The
when we
first
were
to
at
have a joint
Cuthbert Moore
sports.
and
Yes.
so the scheme to have it at the stadium.
Yes.
And,
It
it works. So all involved in terms of principals, teachers, parents, they need to buy into that and utilize it. Here we go.
Okay, second section,
Wilkie
Corbin,
Cumberbatch
Morris,
once
Downs,
again.
Charles, Pierre, Wong, and Gill. And
This looks like a close one.
Corbin.
Yeah.
So Corbin is going to hold on. Will he hold on?
It's a close
He's being
one.
challenged. Corbin
Yes.
is being challenged
Lane number
by
4 takes
Downs.
it. By Downs.
Ada Costa Edwards, 16:26. This is a faster time.
Mr. Graves will be pleased with that.
So the Mary Downs of Ada Costa Edwards. I understand that this young man, Kaelin Corbin, is the son of Kyle Corbin, cricketer. Yes. And we were talking about determination, etc. Corbin had a fall earlier in one of his races. He fell. He's back here and, putting in the effort.
Yes.
Great effort. We have some 100-meter results. And we also have some points. This old lady enjoying a frosty ice cream.
I think yes, I believe so.
Yes.
It's hot out there.
I was about to
She's
tell you.
just
Yes.
cooling down.
So one of the areas that has been provided for the spectators. So they have several
The Frosty
vantage
Chauffet
points,
zone.
yes, and vantage points that they can get to see the action well and well covered. Third,
Yes, that's important.
yes. Third final section for the under 9 boys. Shamario Phillips of St. Catharines in lane 2. Rayshawn Grundall of Lawrence Tigay in 3. Ethan Green of Wilkie Cumberbatch, he's in 4. Shane Miller of Ellerton, the Ellerton Enforcers. That's the name they're going by. Ellerton Enforcers. Yes. And in 7, Calendar of Blackman and Gollop. The enforcer looking to his right. and now to his left. And he's going to be left. So here comes Jaden Calendar of Blackman and Gollop. Easy winner, 15:56. That will give him the win. That's the fastest time. Jaden Calendar, Blackman and Gollop.
But what I like about that, though, Jules, every school is getting their identity.
Yes,
you know?
yes.
We're among some lions in this. Focused though.
Well, yes, this guy Jaden Calendar of Blackman and Gollop keeping his head straight and looking towards the prize, and he got the prize, a victory, 15.56. That will do it for him. So we are now moving. Batch 100. So 16 points separating Wilkie and Blackman and Gollop, and we said earlier these are the 2 schools
who
will
race.
Be battling.
The relay.
There you go. Remember, the relay is 20 points for a win. In the boys, LT Gay 22, Half Moon Fort 25, St. Mark's 39, Gordon Greenwich 47.5, Ellerton 49, Ada Costa Edwards 61, St. Catharines 62, Blackman and Gollop 100, and Wilkie Cumberbatch 130.5. So the Wilkie Cumberbatch boys have started to open a gap on Blackman and Gollop. The Wilkie Cumberbatch girls 16 points ahead of Blackman and Gollop. So that's where the battle will be. I think, Janelle, this is another one that will come down to the relays.
Yes, quite possibly.
And noting that relays will give you 20 points for first, 16 for second. So looking forward to that time. We only have the 200 meters for under 13 girls and boys, the under 11 girls and boys. After those 150s for the under 9s, we are right into our relays.
We still have a few field events still going on as well.
Yes, and as we say, those field events are very vital to the overall standings. So, Janelle, I know you have to run off and take care of your business. Again, we want to thank you for giving us the quote of the day and the Olympic value of the day. Courage. Janelle, have lots of courage as you face the next 3 days of Chefette Frosty's NAPSAC.
Thank you, Jules. Good afternoon to the viewers.
Under 13 girls 200 meters, first of 3 sections coming up. Shania Ward of St. Mark's in lane 2. Alexis Brathwaite of Ellerton Primary, the Ellerton posse there. The Enforcers in 3. Adara Evelyn of Blackman and Gollop. Want to say special good afternoon to Adara's aunt, Lisa. I know you're tuned in. Janika Taylor of A. DaCosta Edwards in 5. Miracle Murray of St. Catherine's in 6. And Ristiana Moore from Wilkie Cumberbatch in lane number 7. We saw her in action. I believe this is the 3rd time that we'll see her competing. So they're off and running. Ward, Brathwaite, Evelyn, Taylor, Murray, and Moore. Let's see how things will turn out here. Looking good is Taylor of A. DaCosta Edwards in the yellow. On the outside, Moore of Wilkie Cumberbatch as they turn for home. It's still Taylor of A. DaCosta Edwards. Moore is challenging. Taylor, Moore. Can Taylor hold on for the win? Taylor will win it 31-27. So A. DaCosta Edwards, Taylor, the winner. 31.27 seconds. Second section on the line already. Nazaria Brathwaite of Wilkie Cumberbatch in 2. From St. Catherine's in 3 is Tashira Messiah. Lane 4, Shariah Carrington of Gordon Greenwich. Lane 5, Kyla Nickel of Ellerton Primary. Saw her in action before. And from LT Chelsea Trotman Hurley in lane number 7. So the time to beat here, 31.27. Taylor of A. DaCosta Edwards posting that time in the first section. Young lady coming from Half Moon Fort, Janaya Kelman, now coming into lane number 6. That's where she's supposed to be. So 31:27 the time. They're off and running. Trotman Hurley on the outside. Nickel of Ellerton Primary in the yellow, and on the inside, Messiah of St. Catherine's Primary as they turn for home. Carrington of Gordon Greenwich in the red, but Messiah of St. Catherine, she has the lead. Messiah of St. Catherine still holding on. She makes it 31:26. So that's just (31:26) to 31:27. One section remaining. Seeing the replay here. So a real battle from Messiah of St. Catherine's Primary and Nickel of Ellerton Primary. Here we go with our final section. Talia Grimes of Blackman and Gollop in 2. In lane 3, Tayani Howell Lowe of Ada Costa Edwards. Ebony O'Neill of Half Moon Fort is in 4. In lane 5, Tashana Griffith of LT Gay. Lane 6, Kalia Gaskin of St. Mark's Primary. And lane 7, Jacada Skeet of Gordon Greenwich. They're off and running. Skeet of Gordon Greenwich. She's going rather swiftly out there on the outside. Here comes from Ada Costa Edwards, Tayani Howell Lowe. On the inside there in the yellow. They turn for home. Still these two battling. Skeet of Gordon Greenwich. Howell Lowe of Ada Costa Edwards. Skeet and Howell Lowe. Who will get there first? It's looking like Howell Lowe of Ada Costa Edwards. And a good time. 29.85. That will be good enough for the win. So Tayani Howell Lowe of Ada Costa Edwards winning the under 13 girls 200 meters. Overall winner. Seeing a replay. Great effort there on the outside by the athlete from Gordon Greenwich. But Ada Costa Edwards doing well. Ready for the under 13 boys. 3 sections coming up for the under 13 boys. Strawn, Ward, Sears, Elliott, Franklin, and Aline Whitaker. They're off and running. First section. Seth Franklin, saw him before in action for the Ellerton Enforcers. Here he comes. Franklin. He will take this one easy. No stopping Franklin. 28.69. So the Enforcers taking that one. Compliments of Franklin, Seth Franklin. 286.69. The time to beat. A replay. Seth Franklin, large and in charge there for the Enforcers. Easy winner, 28.69 seconds. Second section, Taj Jackson of Half Moon Fort in 2, Tariq Bab of Gordon Greenwich in 3, in lane 4, Shamario Greenwich of Ellerton. The Enforcers, Delaney Burke, saw him before as well from Wilkie Cumberbatch in 5, Ishmael Hines of Ada Costa Edwards. On the outside, Joshua Goring of LT Gay. So here we go. Ishmael Hines of Ada Costa Edwards. He's running down Burke. Saw Burke already from Wilkie Cumberbatch in action as he comes into the straightaway. Burke and Hines is pursuing, but Burke is running away from Hines. Delaney Burke of Wilkie Cumberbatch, he will win now, 28.67. Slightly better than the first section. So some effort coming in from Delaney Burke. Ishmael Hines, lad from Ada Costa Edwards. He tried, but Delaney Burke putting his foot down and winning that section. So that's the time to beat now, 28.67. Believe that's the Burt posse up there cheering him on. Third and final section, Jamar Bellamy of Wilkie Kamabach in lane 2. In lane 3 from Ada Costa Edwards, Shalik Edmond. Lane 4, Joshua Norville, he's from Half Moon Fort. Lane 5 from Blackman and Gollop, Omari Robinson. Lane 6, Josiah Thompson Griffin of St. Catherine's Primary. And lane 7, Deshaun Burlas of St. Mark's Primary. Youngster from St. Catherine Primary having a challenge with a start. One knee must be on the ground at the on your mark position. At set, that knee must come off the ground. So they're off and running. Lane 7 making up the, lane 5 making up the stagger. Omari Robinson of Blackman and Gollop. And on the inside being challenged by Edmond of Ada Costa Edwards. Those two, that's where the race is. Edmond looking good. Here comes Robinson. Robinson takes over. Omari Robinson, he is going to take this section 29.13. Not fast enough. So Burke of Wilkie Kamabach, he will end up being the overall champion in the under 13 boys 200 meters. You can watch the replay. Ready to go with the under 11 girls, first of 3 sections. In lane number 2, Zaria Brathwaite of Blackman and Gollop. Lane 3, Shakina Francis of Half Moon Fort. From Lawrence Tigay in lane 4, Katroya Brathwaite. Lane 5, Nyla Fitzpatrick Blackman of Wilkie Kamabach, and she has already made up the stagger on the field. Jordan Maynard of St. Catherine and Anaya Catlin of Gordon Greenwich there on the outside. So as they spin off the turn, our leader, Nyla Fitzpatrick Blackman of Wilkie Kamabach. On her way to victory, not challenged. She will get home now 31.91 seconds. So Fitzpatrick Blackman, the winner. Wilkie Kamabach. That's Francis of Half Moon Fort. She tried. She gave the best she could. Nyla Fitzpatrick Blackman of Wilkie Kamabach. From this point on, unchallenged, all alone, all the way to the finish. Second section coming up. Zion Marshall of Gordon Greenwich in 2. In lane 3, Anaya Christina Inks of Wilkie Kamabach. Lane 4, Amia Dawson Harris of Ellerton Enforcers. Lane 5, Angel Ann Cullimore from Half Moon Fort. In lane 6, Izebina Armstrong of St. Mark's. And lane 7, Trinell Goring of Ada Costa Edwards. Section 2, ready to go. They're off and running. Marshall, Inks, Dawson, Harris, Cullimore, Armstrong, and Goring. Armstrong of St. Mark's putting up a fight. On the outside is Goring of Ada Costa Edwards, and turning for home on the inside. Looking good. Inks. Wilkie Cumberbatch. Challenged by Goring of Ada Costa Edwards on the outside. Tranel Goring. Goring gone. Goring wins it. Tranel Goring 32-79. A little slower than the first section. So Fitzpatrick Blackman still our best time so far, 31.91. So as they came into the straightaway, Inks and Goring were battling. And on the outside, Tranel Goring of Ada Costa Edwards taking that section. So our final section for the under 11 girls, Deshera Beckles Henry of Ada Costa Edwards in lane 2, Abrianna Stevenson of St. Mark's in 3, Naira Branch of Blackman and Gollop in 4. In lane 5, Halija Bailey of St. Catherine's. Lane 6, Hope Williams of El Tigay. And lane 7, the Casey Abwaith of the Ellerton Enforcers. Here we go. Looking really well. Beckles Henry. On the outside. Turning for home. Deshera Beckles Henry of Ada Costa Edwards. Don't think they'll catch her. So there she goes. Easy win, 32-46. Not as fast. So Fitzpatrick Blackman of Wilkie Cumberbatch will be the overall winner of the under 11 girls 200 meters. So more points there for Wilkie Cumberbatch. There we go, the under 11 boys, 200 meters, ready. First of 3, Tyler Arthur of St. Catherine's in 2, Papa Yawson of El Tigay in lane 3. In lane 4, Shamari King of Blackman and Gollop. Lane 5, Najee Maynard of Half Moon Fort. Lane 6, Johnny Francis of Gordon Greenwich. And lane 7, Shundall Maynard of Ada Costa Edwards Primary. Off and running. Arthur, Yawson, King, Maynard, Francis, and Maynard. Looking good is Maynard of Ada Costa Edwards Primary on the outside. Action on the inside. Tyler Arthur of St. Catherine's Primary as they turn for home. It is Tyler Arthur of St. Catherine's Primary being chased by Maynard of Ada Costa Edwards. Arthur and Maynard heading towards the last 5 meters, I think. Tyler Arthur will take it. St. Catherine's Primary 31-92. The winning time for Arthur. Here's the replay of that very exciting finish. So coming into the straightaway, Tyler Arthur keeping his composure and doing just enough to get there ahead of Maynard, who also ran a really good race. Under 11 boys, second section, Tajay Thompson of Blackman and Gollop in 2. In 3 from St. Catherine's Primary, Zane Skeet. Lane 4 from Wilkie Cumberbatch, Jadan Hines Grisette. Look out for him. We saw him earlier doing well. The Mario Yearwood of Ada Costa Edwards in 5. Jazari Graham of St. Mark's in 6. Romani Wood of Ellerton in 7. So they're off. Looking to make some ground is Jazari Graham of St. Mark's Primary. He's in lane number 6. He's running well. Here comes Hines Grisette of Wilkie Cumberbatch. Spinning out the turn. It's Jadan Hines Grisette. Into the lead he comes. No competition anymore. He's all alone. Running against the clock. 25 seconds. Hines Grisette. And easing up to the finish. 30.57. The best time so far. So Hines Grisette of Wilkie Cumberbatch. Can see his personal entourage there. Personal cheerleaders. Hines Grisette, Wilkie Cumberbatch. A replay of this one. There we go. So a great start from him. Also a good start from Graham of St. Mark's Primary. He was in the mix up to about 100 meters. After that was all Hines Grisette. Winning Yearwood of Ada Costa Edwards, finishing up in second. Final section. Here we go. Lord of St. Mark's, Anthony of Ellerton, Harris of Gordon Greenwich, Blackman from LT Gay, Shasang of Half Moon Fort, Neymar Aline of Wilkie Cumberbatch. They're on the outside, being challenged. Aline. All alone now, no more challenges for him except the clock and the finish line. Neymar Aline winning 30.97. I think that will give him a second place overall. 30.57 the winning time for Hines Grisette, his teammate. So it could be a 1-2 for Wilkie Cumberbatch in that race. So the under 11 boys done and dusted. We'll go to the 150s for the under 9s. Enjoy the replay of that one. So the under 9s will be coming up next with the 150. These will be the final set of individual races. I think most of the field events are done. And right after the 150s, we'll be able to get you some points as we get ready for the relays. So we'll give you the points after the 150s. Give us a few minutes so we can tally. Well, we won't be tallying. The computers do all the work for us. And first set of 150s are ready. Under 9 girls, Jasmine Farrell of Gordon Greenwich in lane 2. Kiara Lashley of the Ellerton Enforcers in 3. The Kayla Map of St. Mark's in 4. In lane 5, Kaylee Howard-Jones of Wilkie Cumberbatch. And lane 6, Kezia Evelyn of St. Catherine's in lane number 6. On the starters' orders. And they're off. Farrell, Lashley, Matt, Howard, Jones, and Evelyn. And Evelyn is looking the best of the lot. Look out for Kiara Lashley of Ellerton. But the leader, Kezia Evelyn of St. Catherine's. She's going well in this one, and she will get home in first position. Jogging to the finish line. She better be careful. She makes it. 26.82. So replay. Kezia Evelyn jogging home to the finish. Almost beaten by Lashley of the Ellerton Enforcers. Our next section, Aria Clark of Blackman Gallop in 2. In lane 3, Zuri Stout of Wilkie Cumberbatch. Saw her earlier as well. Azaria Young of Ada Costa Edwards in 4. In lane 5, Azira LaRose of LTG Memorial. Lane 6, Kalisha Beckles of the Ellerton Enforcers. And lane 7, Kiara Cyrus of Gordon Greenwich. They're off and running. Some action here from Aria Clark of Blackman Gallop on the inside. This little girl can run. She's being challenged. Clark is being challenged by Stout. Not anymore. It's all Clark. Clark going all the way. Blackman Gallop, they'll be making some noise for this young lady. She has been impressive. Clark, 25.64. That's the fastest so far. Clark of Blackman Gallop doing very well here at this zone, the Sunshine Cereals Ryan Brathwaite zone. On the 9 girls 150, 25.64, best time so far. One more section remaining. So from the get-go, Clark made up that stagger quickly into the straightaway. Some effort from Stout of Wilkie Cumberbatch. She had to settle for second position. So Clark's time rounded to 25.62 as we get ready for third and final section. Aaliyah Maynard of St. Mark's in 2. Shaquilla Benjamin Morris of Blackman Gallop in lane number 3. Lane 4 from St. Catherine's Primary, April Bushell. Lane 5 from Half Moon Fort, Eden Graves. Representing LTG, Shazaria Holder. And in lane 7, Tyasha Chandler from A. DaCosta Edwards Primary. On the inside, Benjamin Morris of Blackman Gallop. Shaquilla Benjamin Morris pinning out the turn in first position and rolling along. The battle is for second and third. We know who will take this one. Shaquilla Benjamin Morris. How fast will she go? She has to go faster than 25.62. She wins it 26.74. Not fast enough, but her teammate Clark Overall winner 25.62. Her time 26.73. That should put her in the top 3. So the under 9 girls, Dan, have a look. That winning performance there. Blackman and Gollop doing battle and doing well. So one more event remaining. This is the under 9 boys 3-time finals. This is the individual events we're talking about. Grundle, Dottin, Gibson, Seeley, Battershield, James, and Brathwaite. 6 going. First of 3-time finals, under 9 boys. They're off. Looking good from Gordon Greenwich, Kaimani Dottin. All of them have to return. So they'll try once more. First section. Rashawn Grundle of LTG in 2. Kaimani Dottin, Gordon Greenwich in 3. Shakaden Gibson from St. Catharines in 4. Rio Seeley of Ellerton Enforcers in 5. Rain Battershield James of Half Moon Fort in 6. And Brathwaite of St. Mark's in 7. They're off and running. Brathwaite on the outside looking around. And all these guys are looking at each other. The leader, though, is Gibson of St. Catharines. He's gone ahead. So Gibson wins it 26-43. That's the time to beat, 26.43. The replay showing the battle between Dottin and Gibson. Dottin of Gordon Greenwich there on the inside. On the outside, Brathwaite of St. Mark's was trying to get into the action as well. But Gibson, he went ahead of the field, winning in 26.43. Second section ready. Beckles, Gill, Roach, Charles, Toppin, Wilkinson, and Miller. Off to a good start. Amari Charles of Gordon Greenwich, he had a good start. And there, Beckles of Blackman and Gollop ahead of the field. Jerry Beckles, saw him earlier. Fighting to the end. There he goes, 24.45, a much faster time. So Beckles from Blackman and Gollop has the best time so far, 24.45. Much to the delight of the Blackman and Gollop cheering section. They have drums, noisemakers, you name it, cheering on the athletes. Under 9 boys, final section coming up. In this section, Shamario Phillips from St. Catharines in 2, Ethan Green of Wilkie Cumberbatch in 3, in lane 4, Taraji Nichols of LT Gay, in lane 5, Jaden Callender of Blackman and Gollop, lane 6, Damari Downs of Ada Costa Edwards, and lane 7, Denari Morris of Half Moon Fort Primary. I think the lad in lane number 7. Yes, and that lad should be in 2. There we go. So we have it right now. Phillips of St. Catharines in 2. Green in 3. Everybody needs to move up 1. I think the hit numbers. You heard the championship director yesterday talking about hit numbers. That's why the hit numbers are given before they come out onto the arena. Because by the time they get here, then we would be able to have them in the correct lanes. If there are changes made, however, then you may have the issue of hit numbers, and the necessary adjustment will have to be made. So we're off and running. Final individual event. Coming into the straightaway, Blackman and Gollop, Jaden Callender. Callender looking to go faster than 24:45 if he wants to win this event overall. 24.45, that's the time to beat, and he has done so. 23.66, the unofficial time. 23.66. So Jaden Callender of Blackman and Gollop will be the official winner of the under 9 boys 150, and he will hold the Ryan Brathwaite zone record. Here's a recap, and he was out from the gun. The others were running for second and third. Good run from him as we get ready for the next event on the track, which will be the relays. Girls, do we have some points? I know you folks look. Thank you. So our points for the boys: Lawrence Stigate 34, Half Moon Fort 34, Gordon Greenwich 54.5, Ellerton 67, St. Mark 70, St. Catharines 93, Ada Costa Edwards 100, Blackman and Gollop 127, and Wilkie Cumberbatch 190.5. Wow. In the girls, Half Moon Fort 7, St. Mark's 58, Lawrence Stigay 69, Ellerton 70, Ada Costa Edwards 94, Gordon Greenwich 103, St. Catharines 125, Blackman and Gollop 132, and Wilkie Cumberbatch 158. So I think the girls will have a battle. It's not done and dusted yet for the girls. Anything can happen here. Top three, Wilkie Cumberbatch 158, Blackman and Gollop 132, St. Catherine's 125. So anything can happen there. So 70. 62.5 points. Separating first and second. That's almost all the relays. So theoretically, Blackman and Gollop could, provided that Wilkie Cumberbatch fail to score, Wilkie Cumberbatch could hold on to the title for the boys. The only threat here is Blackman and Gollop for the boys' title. Like I said, the girls still open. St. Catherine's 125. Blackman and Gollop 132. Wilkie Cumberbatch 158. So we'll see how things will pan out as we get ready for the relays. Remember, the points go 20 for first, 18 for second, 12 for third. All right, let's make sure we got them right. Yes. So 20, 16, 20, 16, 12, 10, 8, 6, 4, and 2. Double the points for the individual events. There we go. And in case you want to get tickets, you can get tickets from CS Pharmacy, Emerald City, Esso Blackrock, Sports Mart, Jordan Supermarket in Speightstown, and BUT headquarters in Welches, St. Michael. Those are the places you can go to get your tickets. The zones, only one zone remaining, and semi, $10 each, and the finals, $20. Children's tickets are $5, so you still have a chance. Getting ready to go. Girls tight. Girls are tight. So this is a medley relay we're looking at. The first leg will run 100 meters, second leg 100 meters, third leg 200 meters, and the final leg will run 400 meters. So in lane 1, St. Catherine's, lane 2, St. Mark's, lane 3, Lawrence T. Gay, lane 4, Wilkie Cumberbatch, lane 5, Gordon Greenwich, lane 6, Blackman and Gollop, lane 7, A. DaCosta Edwards, and lane 8, Ellerton Enforcers. That's the lineup for the girls' medley relay. 1 by 1 by 2 by 4. Remember, Wilkie Cumberbatch 158, Blackman and Gollop 132, St. Catherine's 125. Those are the teams we'll be paying close attention to in this one. Let's see how the points will pan out for the girls. Getting their final instructions. The girls you're seeing on the line, they'll be running the final leg, the 400 meters. So we're coming to a close of the Sunshine Cereals Ryan Brathwaite zone. Adela Marshall. You know what I'll be looking for shortly. There we go. Division champions, Victor and Victrix. Girls have been working good. Doing a fantastic job. We're off and running with the medley relay. St. Catharines, St. Mark's, Lawrence Tigay, Wilkie Cumberbatch, Gordon Greenwich, Blackman and Gollop, Ada Costa Edwards, Ellerton Primary. Let's watch the first handover. So far, so good. Gordon Greenwich looking good. All of the teams, no real issue with the handovers. Ada Costa Edwards, they're not in the run-ins, but I'm sure they will mess things up for someone. A good effort there from Gordon Greenwich. That was a lovely handover. Wilkie Cumberbatch, they have a lot of work to do. Here comes Blackman and Gollop. They're in the picture right now. This is a 200-meter leg. Ada Costa Edwards in 7. Wilkie Cumberbatch trying to fight back. Gordon Greenwich leading. Blackman and Gollop in 2nd. The 400-meter leg is coming up. Let's watch this handover. So Gordon Greenwich, they're in 1st. Blackman and Gollop seems to be the winning. Well, they're now in 2nd. Gordon Greenwich still holding on. St. Mark's in 3rd. There goes Gordon Greenwich. They're currently in 4th spot. Overall, these 20 points could move them up. So it's Gordon Greenwich, Blackman and Gollop. All the others are giving chase. Think things will begin to pan out at the 200-meter mark. I'm seeing Lawrence Tigay moving up nicely. Gordon Greenwich, the young lady, has stopped. Come to a complete stop. Unbelievable. Now she has started to go again. Blackman and Gollop has taken charge. Moving up here now. Looks like the Ada Costa Edwards team. So here we go. Still holding on. There's Blackman and Gollop. Got to watch the finish carefully. So Blackman and Gollop will get 20 points. Ada Costa, 2nd. 5th to Wilkie Cumberbatch. Wow. What a run there. St. Catharines was in the mix as well. I think St. Catharines finished in 3rd. So Blackman and Gollop, they got 20 points from that. That will move them to 152 points. Wilkie Cumberbatch finishing 5th. So they got an additional 8 points. 166. So things are looking really good for that last 3 relays for the girls. As I say, the boys, different story. Wilkie Cumberbatch, almost 80 points. Here's the action again. So it was Gordon Greenwich who led. So Ellerton finishing 2nd. Gordon Greenwich. This young lady was looking good at the 200-meter mark. This is a point in which she just stopped running. Then she went again. But Blackman and Gollop, they kept on going. So Blackman and Gollop ended up in 1st. Ellerton finishing in 2nd. Good run from them. 3rd went to St. Catharines. So St. Catharines earned 12 points in that relay. The boys, they're up next. See what the boys will bring. So the boys have two sections. And it will, two sections. So, outstanding females for the day. Scoring 20 points, Calera Davis of St. Catherine's Primary. Also scoring 20 points, Nyla Fitzpatrick Blackman of Wilkie Cumberbatch. Scoring 24 points was the Casey Waith of Ellerton Primary. Scoring 26 points, Amira Mears of Gordon Greenwich. And the most points for the females, the Victrix Ludorum. She'll be presented with her award right after. So we invite you to stick around and witness that presentation. With 30 points from Blackman and Gollop, Aria Clark. She was first in the 80, first in the 100, first in the 150. So in this section, we see 4 teams here. Ada Costa Edwards starting in 2, Wilkie Cumberbatch starting in 3, Half Moon Fort in 4, and Ellerton in 5. The Ellerton Enforcers. That's Delaney Burke there that you can see on your screen. He was outstanding. And talking about Delaney Burke, the guy you're seeing on your screen right now, he will be sharing the Victor Ludorum title. He won the 100, the 200, and the 400. This guy right here, yes. Promising youngster. Also scoring 30 points was Jadan Hines Grazette of Wilkie Cumberbatch. First in the 100, first in the 200, and first in the cricket ball throw. So those two will be sharing the Victor Ludorum title. On the starters' orders, first of 2 sections, they're off. Ada Costa Edwards, Wilkie Cumberbatch, Half Moon Fort, Ellerton Primary. Watch the first leg. So there goes Wilkie Cumberbatch. Remember, they'll be running for time. It's all about the time. There's another section to run. So they have to give the best here. We'll mix up with a handover. Nevertheless, they're gone. Wilkie Cumberbatch chasing there on the outside. The Ellerton Enforcers. Here comes Ada Costa Edwards on the inside. So Wilkie Cumberbatch getting ready to hand over for the 400-meter leg. There we go. So Wilkie Cumberbatch in first, 1:11 on the clock. Ellerton and Ada Costa Edwards fighting for second and third position. So 200 meters out. See how things are looking? Anything different? No, Wilkie Cumberbatch still leading. Approaching the last 100 meters. Still Wilkie Cumberbatch. Yes, he's digging in. Might be feeling a little pain, but that's not stopping him. He's going. So Wilkie Cumberbatch Primary on their way to victory, the first of 2 sections. Time will matter here for these guys. Wilkie wins it 2:08.19. That's the magic number for the next teams who will be coming up next. 2:08.19. Ellerton, A. DaCosta Edwards, and here comes Half Moon Fort. So that's the boys medley, one of two. Wilkie Cumberbatch enjoying themselves in the stand. A replay. So Wilkie Cumberbatch taking the lead from this point. Ellerton, the enforcers, put up a fight. They finished in second position, but as you can see, very far off. Almost 80 meters ahead of the field was Wilkie Cumberbatch. So as is customary, these athletes look forward to a nice photo at the end, the relay teams, maybe a little interview as well. So our second section here, they're chasing 2:08.19, St. Catherine's Primary in 2, Lawrence Tigay in 3, St. Mark's in 4, Blackman and Gollop in 5, and Gordon Greenwich in 6. So Blackman and Gollop, that's the team. They're on 127 points. Wilkie Cumberbatch is on 190.5, so they'll have their work cut out for them. Need to secure 20 points. They'll have to run faster than 2:08.19. So things are winding down here at the Sunshine Cereals Ryan Brathwaite zone. After the medley, we go into the 4x1s. The under 9s, the under 11s, and finishing up with the under 13s. Youngster showing off his judo skills, karate skills. So we're getting ready for this final section rather to be run. 2:08.19 is the time they're chasing. That's Curdell Clark of St. Mark's Primary there. He's going to be starting for his team. Once the relays are done, we will be joining the awards ceremony on the infield, where the Outstanding athletes in each age category, plus the victor and victrix will receive their awards, followed by the champion male and champion females of the zone schools. Right now it's a tussle between Wilkie Cumberbatch and Blackman and Gollop and St. Catherine's Primary in the girls section. Wilkie Cumberbatch, Blackman and Gollop in the boys. But Wilkie Cumberbatch with such a lead, it's going to be really difficult for Blackman and Gollop to catch them. Just making sure that all the athletes are in their right lanes, everyone is in their right positions before we get going. Seems like we are almost ready. So they're on the starters' orders now. St. Catherine's, Lawrence T. Gay, St. Mark's, Blackman and Gollop, Gordon Greenwich. They're off. A quick start there from Gordon Greenwich Primary. For a moment, I thought they would call back the race. That guy went out the blocks very, very, very quickly. They're on the outside for Gordon Greenwich. They've received a baton almost at the same time as St. Mark's. So heading down the back stretch, this is the second 100-meter leg. Blackman and Gollop, they'll be trying to run a fast time. Try to see if they can gain as many points as possible. There they go, Blackman and Gollop now taking charge. Good run so far. This is the 200-meter leg. Remember, they're chasing 2:08.19. So this guy is running. On the inside is Lawrence T. Gay and St. Mark's. Coming up to the final handover. Final 400 meters. There we go. Blackman and Gollop. Being chased by St. Mark's. 1:10, 1:11 on the clock. Blackman and Gollop. Heading down the back stretch. No one close to him. Wow. About 85 meters or so lead on the field, but the gap is closing. These guys are coming. Yes, the gap is closing. He has some work to do. Maybe he can relax a bit here and then turn it on over the last 100 meters. Let's see what he'll do. Still hanging in. Still looking nice and relaxed. He doesn't seem too bothered. The lad from St. Catherine's Primary is giving chase. Coming into the straightaway now. 1:59, 2 minutes on the clock. So he's taking it nice and easy. Not a body in the world. They'll have to run and catch me. 2:12, 2:13. Easy win. 2:14.78. Won't be fast enough for the overall win. So Wilkie Cumberbatch, they will take 20 points, 2:08.19. So I am now safe to say that Wilkie Cumberbatch are the Sunshine Cereals Ryan Brathwaite Zone boys champion. There's no way they can be caught at this stage, not after that 20 points there. So They really don't need to compete in the relays. This will just be for bragging rights for the boys. The girls are a little tighter, however. So that's done and dusted. A replay. Blackman and Gullop, Gordon Greenwich. 200-meter leg here, and this is where Blackman and Gullop really opened up a bit. And it was all over pretty much from here. Youngster coming down the back stretch, not a worry in the world. Just the occasional peep to make sure he had that distance still covered. No need to exert lots of energy, but I think he forgot that he was running for a good time. I believe that's the Lawrence T. Gay Memorial team. Looking for a photo op. So next up will be the under-9 girls, just one section for the girls. St. Catherine's in 1, St. Mark's in 2, Lawrence T. Gay in 3, Wilkie Cumberbatch in 4, Gordon Greenwich in 5, Blackman and Gullop in 6, Ada Costa Edwards in 7, and the Ellerton Enforcers will be in lane 8. This is the 4x1 for under-9 girls. So the girls' championship is still pretty close. Wilkie Cumberbatch. They're still holding on to the lead. Blackman and Gullop still in second. St. Catherine still in third. See how this one will shape up. They're off to a good start. Let's watch the handovers. Critical. Good handovers. Critical to this relay. Blackman and Gullop had a good one, so did Wilkie Cumberbatch. Heading down the back stretch, these second legs. Blackman and Gullop looking good. Next handover coming up. Wilkie Cumberbatch, a little spot of body there for them. Right now it's looking as though Blackman and Gullop will take this one. St. Mark's getting into the picture. Final leg coming up here. There we go. Here comes Wilkie Cumberbatch on the inside. St. Catherine's, could they be the spoiler? No, they will not. They will not catch this little one here from Blackman and Gullop. Blackman and Gullop wins it. St. Catherine's. Can she hold on for the second? Yes. Oh my, that's close. That's close. That is close. But Blackman and Gullop for sure earning 20 points. They will now move to 172 points. We don't know who that 16 points will go to. We have to see a replay of that finish to see who was second and who was third. One will get 16 points, the other will get 12. So, gonna watch the relay again. A good handover from Wilkie Cumberbatch. They did well. Next handover coming up. A little fumble from Wilkie there, not as smooth as the first one. And then we saw the action heating up here in this final leg. St. Catherine's. There we're in the action. We know who the winner is clearly, and that was the one. So the winning team there, Blackman and Gollop. Parents waiting to greet them. On the 9 boys. Parents having a blast. Spectators enjoying themselves. The under 9 boys. In lane 1, Lawrence Tigay. Lane 2, St. Catherine's. Lane 3, Ellerton. Lane 4, Ada Costa Edwards. Lane 5 will be Wilkie Cumberbatch. In 6, Gordon Greenwich. 7, Blackman and Gollop. And 8, St. Mark's Primary. They're off. All Wilkie Cumberbatch has to do is finish. So Wilkie Cumberbatch, good handover from them. They're really rolling. Can see they've been practicing the handovers. That's Blackman and Gollop there chasing. So it's Wilkie Cumberbatch, Blackman and Gollop. Yes, Wilkie Cumberbatch has some problems with that one, not as smooth at all. But they're rolling. Blackman and Gollop in the meantime, large and in charge here. One handover remaining. And that's a good one. That's a good one as well for Wilkie Cumberbatch. Into the straightaway they come. Wilkie Cumberbatch, Blackman and Gollop. They will take this one. 20 points for Blackman and Gollop. Along with that will be the record holders. Well done. Stands are shaking. Stands are vibrating. The action. And the 11 girls coming up, one section. Battle continues for the girls' championship. Wilkie Cumberbatch, Blackman and Gollop, St. Catherine's. Did we get that result as yet? For the girls? Under 9? Okay, so for that one that was so close, St. Catherine's, they ended up in second. So they will earn 16 points. And Wilkie will earn 12. Wow, this is close. Close, 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 guys. I think this We have 2 relays remaining for the girls, the under 11s and the under 13s. As it is right now, Wilkie Cumberbatch is still leading the girls. Blackman and Gollop is in second. Now, if Blackman and Gollop wins this under 11 girls relay, they will take over the lead. Going down to the wire. I love it. I love when we get down to the relays. Oh my. So we're ready for the under 11 girls. Our lane assignments for the under 11 girls: Ellerton, the Enforcers in lane 1. In lane 2, Ada Costa Edwards. Lane 3, St. Catharines. Lane 4, St. Mark's. Lane 5, Lawrence T. Gay. Lane 6, Gordon Greenwich. Lane 7, Wilkie Cumberbatch. And lane 8, Blackman and Gollop. So the battle for the championship, the Sunshine Cereals Ryan Brathwaite Zone Girls Championship, will be decided between this and the final relay, the under 13 girls. If Blackman and Gollop wins this, they'll be 20 points ahead, and there we go. Off and running. One girl has dropped her baton. Shield, oh my. Has a lot of catching up to do. In the meantime, Wilkie Cumberbatch, they're looking good. Blackman and Gollop on the outside in 8. Not looking that well right now. Wilkie Cumberbatch, another good one. They've opened a gap. Blackman and Gollop chasing them. So it's all Blackman and Gollop right now. Sorry, Wilkie Cumberbatch right now. Final handover. There they go. And here comes Blackman and Gollop now. But Wilkie Cumberbatch on the inside. Look out for Ellerton. Winning this one, Wilkie Cumberbatch, they'll get 20 points. Second, wow, second might be the Ellerton Enforcers. So that means that Blackman and Gollop will only get 12 points. Interesting here. So before that relay, Wilkie Cumberbatch had 178 points. Blackman and Gollop had 172. With that 20 points, Wilkie Cumberbatch just scored. They have now moved to 198 points. Blackman and Gollop finishing third, earned them 12 points. That's 184 points. St. Catherine's didn't factor in there, but it was a close finish there. I believe that the Ellerton Enforcers finished up in second position there. So, one relay left. $14 points separates Blackman and Gollop from Wilkie Cumberbatch. 14. Right now, 14 points. Down to the wire, folks. Down to the wire. We're ready with the under 11 boys. They're off and running already. Things are going quickly here. So LT Gay, Gordon Greenwich, Wilkie Comabat, St. Mark's, and Ellerton. The Ellerton enforcers. Wilkie Comabat just had a problem there with their handover, but it doesn't matter for them. Doesn't matter. They're already the champions. But they would like to go in glory. And they're fighting back. Here they come. They're really fighting back. My goodness. After dropping the baton, they've gone right into first place. That means that second leg had a scorcher. Here we go, final handover. Wilkie Comabat coming from dropping the baton to leading. Wilkie Comabat, but they'll have to run a good time. We have another section coming up. So we'll see how fast they can go. 1:03.49. That will be the time to beat. Wilkie Comabat had a mishap over there on the back stretch. Got the baton, and that's something you learn in relay running. Because you drop the baton doesn't mean that you stop running. You pick it up and you keep going. So one more section. The under 11 boys have one section remaining. So the Wilkie Cumberbatch cheerers, cheering section, supporters, parents, teachers, students, they've had a good day. A replay of that relay. And I guess you will see what transpired here. Yes, didn't get hold of the baton at all, but the correct thing was done. The runner passed it on to the outgoing runner, and from there it was all over. Wilkie Cumberbatch getting right back into the picture and working their way to the finish line. 1:03.49, that's the time. These next guys will have to go faster than. Sunshine Cereals, Ryan Brathwaite zone, winding down. St. Catherine's Primary, they'll be in lane 2 in this final section. Half Moon 14-3, Blackman and Gollop in 4, A. DaCosta Edwards in 5. Chasing 1:03.49, the time posted by Wilkie Cumberbatch. They're off and running. St. Catherine's, Half Moon Fort, Blackman and Gollop, A. DaCosta Edwards. Pretty good handover so far. Blackman and Gollop doing the running here. Look out for Half Moon Fort and St. Catherine's as well. They're close. St. Catherine's handing over first. Blackman and Gollop now leading. Here comes Half Moon Fort. A. DaCosta Edwards putting up a fight. Final handover. Almost neck and neck. Half Moon Fort. Blackman and Gollop. Blackman and Gollop pulling away. Looking to beat 1:03.49. And they have done it, 59.93. So Blackman and Gollop winning that relay. And there goes the cheering from the Blackman and Gollop posse. They've been cheering all day, non-stop. So the under 13 girls up next. This is the one that will determine the championship. One section for the under 13 girls. Good. Keeping good track. Good records. Yes. So here's the scenario as we go into the final race for the girls. Sunshine Cereals Ryan Brathwaite Zone. That's the quartet from the Blackman and Gollop. Feeling very excited with that. 59.93, and they're the new record holders as well. Well, the record holders. First time for this zone, so all winners will be record holders. So the scenario going into this final race here, Wilkie Cumberbatch 198, Blackman and Gollop 184. So that's 14 points separating first from second. If Blackman and Gollop wins, they'll end up at 204. If Wilkie Cumberbatch is at 198. So they will have to finish in sixth position to tie. If Wilkie Cumberbatch finishes in sixth position and Blackman and Gollop wins, there will be a tie. Any story different than that, Wilkie Cumberbatch will win both titles. So folks, hold on to your seats. Keep looking. This one is for the championship. A. DaCosta Edwards, lane 1, Blackman and Gollop in 2, St. Catherine's in 3, Gordon Greenwich in 4, St. Mark's in 5, Ellerton Primary in 6, Wilkie Cumberbatch in 7, and Lawrence Teague in 8. They're off and running. Let's keep our eyes on Wilkie Cumberbatch and Blackman and Gollop. One of these two teams will win the championship from this relay. On the inside is A. DaCosta Edwards going well. Let's watch the handovers. A good one for Wilkie Cumberbatch. Where is Blackman and Gollop? Not seeing them yet in the picture. Wilkie Cumberbatch is rolling along. Next handover. Wilkie Cumberbatch, good one. Where is Blackman and Gollop? They are in lane number 2. They'll have some work to do. Wilkie Cumberbatch is looking good. Don't rule out A. DaCosta Edwards. They can spoil a couple of things here. Final handover. Wilkie Cumberbatch. Here comes Blackman and Gollop. All Wilkie Cumberbatch has to do is win this one or place higher. And on the inside, A. DaCosta Edwards. They will capture it. A. DaCosta Edwards wins, and they have won. Wilkie Cumberbatch have won the girls' championship. All they had to do was finish ahead of Blackman and Gollop, and so they did. That will seal it. And I think the Blackman and Gollop posse realized that as well. They were a little silent there. Pardon? So that will do it. But a great way for the girls to finish the Sunshine Cereals Ryan Brathwaite Zone. A good effort from all of the girls. But Wilkie Cumberbatch held on, and they will be crowned. Actually, they will be the double crown champions. But not to take away from Ada Costa Edwards Primary at all. They ran a cracker of a relay there. We'll see them again here. Lane 1. They ran out of lane 1. And we'll see that Steiger made up early. There we go. They're in the picture. Lovely leg there. Taking the baton deep down. And here was that lovely third leg. I think the third leg really made a lot of difference for them. And final leg here on the straightaway. She kept her form and she kept going all the way, going. Ada Costa Edwards, a good run also from Gordon Greenwich Primary. And they were excited, elated, happy, overjoyed. Good run for that team from Ada Costa Edwards Primary. The under 13 boys are left. Under 13 boys, 2 sections. We have Ada Costa Edwards in 3, Blackman and Gollop in 4, Gordon Greenwich in 5, Half Moon Fort Primary in 6. So they're on the starters' orders. They're off and running. Let's watch the handover. Oh my, we have a problem there. We saw a runner impeding the progress of another. Might be an appeal. Guy running right across. Saw that. So, in the meantime, Blackman and Gollop, they'll keep rolling along. On the inside, Ada Costa Edwards Primary. They have to run a good time. We have a next section coming up. So, Blackman and Gollop. Here comes Ada Costa Edwards. So, good run from that lad, 58-23. That's the time to beat Ada Costa Edwards. (5:823). That is the time. We had a very, very exciting day of competition. Down to the wire for the girls' championship. I love when that happens. Sunshine Cereals, Ryan Brathwaite is on there. He's being congratulated by his colleagues. Yeah, I think by now these athletes are aware of what happens when you win a relay. You go and pose for the photo. Very excited. Well done to these lads. So there was the mix-up. So here we go with our second section and the final section. This is the final race. This will bring the curtain down on the Sunshine Cereals Ryan Brathwaite zone. St. Catherine's Primary in 2, Lawrence Digay in 3, St. Mark's in 4, Wilkie Cumberbatch in 5, and Ellerton in 6. The Ellerton Enforcers. They're off and running. They'll be asked to return. We're going to try a second time. Trying once more. Here we go. St. Catherine's, Lawrence Digay, St. Mark's, Wilkie Cumberbatch, Ellerton Primary. Watching for the handovers. Wilkie Cumberbatch, a good one from them as well as St. Mark's. Heading down the back stretch, these second legs. Wilkie Cumberbatch looking good. Here comes Lawrence Digay. Wilkie Cumberbatch. Can't miss that. What a lovely handover there. Hand up, receive, and goal. And getting ready for the final handover. This will do it a good way for Wilkie Cumberbatch to finish. They've already won the boys' championships. They'll be looking to go faster than 58-23, and that will give them the record in the under-13 boys. Here we go. 57-60, that will do it. What a way to finish. 57-60, new a record. They will be the record holders, under 13 boys, Wilkie Cumberbatch, and they will also seal it as the double crown champions of the Sunshine Cereals Ryan Brathwaite zone. So you heard it from us first, double champions. We want to thank you for joining us. Do not go anywhere. As usual, we will give you a look back at some of the exciting moments from today's Sunshine Cereals Ryan Brathwaite zone. You can watch your favorite athletes again running, jumping, throwing, and right after that, we'll have the awards presentation where you will see the division champions receiving their awards, Victor and Victrix Udorm, and of course the champion boys team and the champion girls team. So thank you for viewing. Stay tuned, and we'll be back tomorrow with our final zone, the Wabisco Frida Nichols zone. So until then, later.
record for you in the under 13 girls long jump. Third, Danielle Jones, St. Catherine, 3.60 meters. Second, Miracle Murray, St. Catherine, 3.61 meters. And the champion and record holder, Daddy Beck, hailing from LTK Memorial, Chelsea Trotman Hurley, 3.84 meters. In the boys high jump, that Shadon Slocum, the record holder, 1.20 meters. We're going to give you some records on the track as well. Absolute session. As we wait the athletes making their way across, we're going to give the record holders in all of the events from 100 meters all the way down to the relays. I'm just going to give you the first place record holders. In the under 9 girls 100 meter dash, record holder from Blackman of Maria Clark, 16.71 seconds. In the under 9 girls 150, record holder Aria Clark, 25.62 seconds. In the 4x100 meter relay on the 9, record holder Blackman of 1 minute 11.23 seconds. In the under 11 girls 100 meter dash, record holder Niall Fitzpatrick Blackman of Wilcombe Batch, 15.17 seconds. In the under 11 girls 200 meters, Fitzpatrick Blackman again, 31.97 seconds. So she is now a double record holder on the track so far. 4x100 meter relay. The team from Wilcombe Batch record time 1 minute 3.02 seconds. In the under 13 girls 100 meters, the record holder running 200 meters, the record holder running a time of 29.84 seconds from Ada Costa Edwards, Tiani Howell on the 13 girls relay. Record 59.64 seconds. Wow. Ada Costa Edwards primary. They go to Vista on the 13 girls.
athletes, sponsors, welcome to the closing ceremony for the Sunshine Cereals Ryan Brathwaite Zone for NAPSAC 2023. We begin with the presentation for the division champions from the under 7 to the under 13. We begin with the presentation for the division champions from under 7 to under 13. I now invite Miss Lana Mapp to come forward, and she will present for the under 7 and under 9 divisions. We have a tie for third. All three of these athletes amassed 10 points for their schools. These athletes are Zane Arthur Frederick, Wilkie Cumberbatch, Abigail Richards, Blackman and Gollop, and Kalia Downs, also of Blackman and Gollop. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to also remind you that we are only giving the prize. We are only giving the prize for the winner. And your winner, second place. In second place, Kami Watkins, Wilkie Cumberbatch. And your winner is Aria Sobers of Lawrence T. Gay. She amassed 18 points. It seems like LTG is not here. They will get their prize. They will get their prize later. We're now on to the boys. We also have a tie in this section. Both of these athletes amassed 8 points. Tajay Dixon and Kieran Hinkson, they came fourth. In third position, Asha Brathwaite with 13 points. Second, Cameron Weeks of Blackman and Gollop, 20 points. And your winner for the boys under 7, Jamarco Douglas, Ellerton Primary. Jamarco Douglas, Ellerton Primary, with 23 points, is your under 7 boys individual champion. We're now on to the under 9 girls. In third place, Kezia Eveling, St. Catherine's. Second place, with 20 points, also from St. Catherine's, Kalera Davis. And your champion from Blackman and Gallup, Aria Clark, she amassed 30 points. We're now on to the boys. We have both of these athletes amassed 22 points. These athletes are Damari Downs of Ada Costa Edwards and Ajeri Beckles from Blackman and Gallup. Your champion, under 9 boy from Blackman and Gallup, Jaden Callender with 28 points. Thank you, Ms. Matt. I now invite Mr. Emerson Bascom, Deputy Director of the National Sports Council, to present the awards for the Under 11 champions. In third position, with 20 points, from Wilkie Cumberbatch, Nyla Fitzpatrick Blackman. In second position, from Ellerton Primary, with 24 points, Dakesia With. And your girls champion from Gordon Greenwich Primary with 26 points, Amira Mears. And in the boys, in third position, from St. Catherine's Primary with 21 points, Khalil Brown. In second position with 23 points, from Wilkie Cumberbatch, Neymar Aline. And your champion boy, also from Wilkie Cumberbatch, with 30 points, Jaden Hines Grisette. Thank you, Mr. Bascom. We're now on to the under 13 division. At this time, I'm going to ask Dr. Sonia Brown, Minister of State in the Ministry of Health, to come forward. We're going to start with the girls. We have a tie for third. Both of these athletes amass 16 points. These athletes are Kayla Nickel from Ellerton Primary and Talia Grimes from Blackman and Golla. Second, we have Jacada Skeet amassing 18 points for her school, and she is representing Gordon Greenwich. And your champion girl from St. Mark's with 19 points, Kalia Gaskin. St. Mark's is not here, so we're going to move on to the boys. We have a tie for second. Both of these athletes amass 18 points for their respective schools, and these young gentlemen are Seth Franklin and Amir Morris. Seth represents Ellerton and Amir Wilkie Cumberbatch. Your champion boy in the under 13 division, amassing 30 points from Wilkie Cumberbatch, Delaney Burke. Thank you, Dr. Brown. I now invite Miss Michelle Maynard, brand manager from Armstrong Agencies, to come forward. We have a tie fourth with 20. Both of these athletes amassed 20 points for their respective schools. Kalira Davis of St. Catherine's and Nyla Fitzpatrick Blackman of Wilkie Cumberbatch. Third is Dekeisha With of Ellerton. She amassed 24 points. With 26 points from Gordon Greenwich is Amira Mears, and your Victrix Ludorum with 30 points from Blackman and Golla, Aria Clark. We're now on to the victor, Ludurum. We also have a tie for fourth. Both of these athletes amassed 23 points. Jamarco Douglas of Ellerton Primary and Neymar Aline from Wilkie Cumberbatch. In third position with 28 points from Blackman and Goddard, Jaden Callender. And we have a tie for first. Both of these athletes amassed 30 points. Both from Wilkie Cumberbatch, Jaden Hines Grisette, and Delaney Burke. We now, here are the final points for the Sunshine Cereals Ryan Brathwaite Zone for NAPSAC 2023. In ninth position with 7 points, Half Moon Ford. In eighth position with 82 points, St. Mark's Primary. In seventh position with 87 points, Lawrence T. Gay Memorial. In sixth position with 116 points, Ellerton Primary. In fifth position with 132 points, A. DaCosta Edwards. In fourth position with 143 points, Gordon Greenwich Primary. We're now on to the top three in the girls. With 157 points, St. Catherine's. In second position with 194 points, Blackman and Goller. Your champion school in the girls with 210 points, Wilkie Cumberbatch Primary. All the young ladies step forward. All the young ladies step forward. Moving on to the boys. In ninth position, with 50 points, Lawrence T. Gay Memorial. In eighth position, with 52 points, Half Moon Fort. In seventh position, Gordon Greenwich with 78.5 points. In sixth position, with 90 points, St. Mark's Primary. In fifth position, with 91 points, Ellerton Primary. In fourth position, with 130 points, St. Catherine's. We're now on to the top three. In third position, with 152 points, in second position, with 213 points, Blackman and Gullop. And your champion school for the Sunshine Cereals, Ryan Brathwaite Zone, NAPSAC 2023, with 264.5 points, Wilkie Cumberbatch Primary. All the boys, step forward. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for attending the Ryan Brathwaite Zone, Sunshine Cereals Ryan Brathwaite Zone for NAPSAC 2023. I wish all of you traveling mercies as you go to your respective schools and homes. Have a good evening, everyone.